Hey! How you doing, Kiru? I'm doing good. How are you? I'm still getting stuff set up here, so if I don't respond right away, it's because I'm trying to figure this part out. Okay. That seems to work. But yeah, Kiru, I am doing good. How are you doing? I would think so. I've heard it can be a little tough. What were the symptoms? And also, can you hear the music on your end? Oh, perfect. Perfect. That's what I was wondering. Awesome. You said it right before I said it, so awesome. Is it distracting from me talking, the music? There should be another one starting up here. Let's see. Yeah, that'll start up. It's just taking a minute. Hopefully it sounds good, and yeah, so I'm gonna go where I'm facing the camera right here. So I'm gonna go down a little bit here. Perfect, perfect. Okay, awesome. Okay, perfect, perfect. We're all set up. We're gonna be cooking with gas here, so, well, without further ado, let's get started here. I wonder if that's just playing the same thing over. Let's go to this one. Okay. Alright, you let me know if the music becomes a little too much, but in the meantime, let's get to shuffling some cards here. See what we can come up with for everybody. Alright. Hopefully everyone has either a fun or a very chill weekend planned. I, for one, always enjoy the chillness. Good, good. I'm glad, Kiru. That's exactly what I wanted. It was just a very chill kind of atmosphere. Even for people that don't pay for a reading, they can just kind of listen in and relax a little bit. almost onto the second deck here. Hey Amber, I am doing good. How are you doing? Getting our dailies, our daily generals done here. So we're going to do Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So you guys sit back, grab a nice cold drink or popcorn or whatever it is people do, I don't know, and enjoy the awkwardness of me and how we do stuff around here. Alright guys, so before we start reading, I'm actually going to go get me a big cup of water, so you guys sit tight, like selenite, and I'll be right back. Okay. I gotta do this too. Alright everybody, so you can probably hear in the background I've added some music, copyright free and all that, so don't worry about anything like that, but let me know if you guys enjoy the music, and yeah, okay. Hey Jenny G, how you doing? Okay, so let's do 2 piles, you guys. Pile 1, pile 2, as we usually do. And let's see what we got kind of going on. You guys are welcome to pick a pile if you like. You do not have to, but yeah. You got any fun plans, Jenny G, for the weekend? Alright. Oh, Jenny G. So there is no pile 3. We got pile 1, we got pile 2. I started limiting it to about 2 piles, so if you want, you can do pile 1, pile 2. Hey, the House of Manifesting, how are you doing? Well, that sounds like a kind of a busy weekend then. 2. Okay, you'll go with 2. So let's do that, guys, and let's see what we can come up with here. So here is pile 2. I am doing pretty good myself, House of Manifesting. Doing pretty good. I was about to ask you how you were doing, but you already said pretty good. So, yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Very, I kind of had to recover from I pulled my neck out a little bit. And so I'm feeling better now, though. Oh, but I hate it when you pull your neck out and you twinge it just right. That's not fun. Okay, but here's pile 2. So we have the temple path right here. Okay. Then we get the sun in reverse. Okay. And then we have 4 of Wands in reverse. And Judgment in reverse. Okay. So with these cards here, when we have 4 of Wands, okay, this is about structure. This is about building something. When it's in reverse, though, it's kind of like it's hard for us to build something. So these ones right here all kind of correspond to the same thing. And we have 4 of Wands, Temple Path, and then Judgment. Okay? So with all these cards here, we're talking about possibly building up something spiritual, or building up something that is so we're focusing on building up something spiritual, or building up something that has a foundation, right? Like maybe we're practicing a skill, or we're practicing a craft that could be somewhat spiritual, or somewhat kind of Zen in nature, I guess is what you would call it. When I see Judgment in reverse, though, right here, when I see this card in reverse, and by the way, it's a gorgeous card. Yes, the house, the structure, absolutely. So when I see this card, the Judgment card, in reverse, okay, that's usually maybe ignoring a spiritual purpose, or maybe turning our back on something that's like an intuition, right? It's kind of like the Judgment card is our soul's purpose, or it calls us into the action of a purpose, kind of a meaningful sort of thing. So we could be ignoring the call somewhat, or we could be saying maybe that call's not for me. You know, here's let me pass the phone to the right person. But when Spirit wants us to do something, they tend to have a way to help us to do that. When I see the sun in reverse here, okay, I see the sun in reverse, and then I get the temple path. And when I see these two, to me it's focusing again on that spiritual nature, but we have to let ourselves manifest this with time, especially where there's 4 of Wands. I feel like we already want to get it done now, but we're not focusing on the fact that spirituality and life is a journey. And it's great if we want to have something done right away, but that's not going to help us. That's not going to help us in the long run. So, hold on one second, you guys. I'm getting used to this new music, getting some music going, so just give me 1 second here. Okay. There we go. Okay, let's do this one. Alright guys, sorry about that. Oh, there you go. A lash course would be a good idea to grow your business. The Four of Wands in reverse, though, when I see this right here, this to me is interesting because maybe are we putting something before, are we putting the horse before the buggy, so to speak? Is there something you have to do before taking a lash course, or maybe you can just take it? Okay, there we go. Well, okay, so Jenny, what I'm getting here, and these are generals, so this could be for you and another person too, or this could just be for you. But when I see the Sun in reverse, Four of Wands in reverse, and then the Temple Path, and so I feel like we're starting something good. We're starting something big, but it feels like we're building on sand. It feels like we're building our foundation on sand, and I don't know what that means exactly. Maybe we could look at where we're going to take a course, or maybe we could look at trying to do something here. I'm not saying don't do it, but it feels to me like maybe we're rushing things. And I could be off on that, right? Right, there we go. It's a big money jump. Is it worth it? Well, I don't normally do the generals like this, but let's see. So is it worth it? Let's see. So I get this card. Happy family in reverse. So there could be some issues with some family. There could be something going on where other people may not see what you see in this course. But other people may not see what you're seeing in this course, like the value behind it. So there could be some disagreements on what you want to do. Maybe you have the vision and you have the kind of know-how to make it into a reality, but other people may not see that or may not trust your vision or your process. Let's put it that way, the process. So that's what I'm seeing here. Oh, thank you very much, Jenny G. I appreciate that. Wow, thank you. Okay, so let's just do this really quick. So I'm gonna do this, Jenny G, because you just paid. We were doing the dailies, but hold on. Let's do this here. So, do you want me to just read more into the business part of this? That's something we'll do. Give me 1 second here, Jenny G, and I can give you a little bit more information. Yeah, the House of Manifesting. It's $5 for one question. I usually end up spending a little bit of time on it, on the question. But you can see how I work, my friend, and then decide if you would want to go for a question, if that's okay with you. I would. So Jenny G, if you want to do, you know what? Yeah, let's actually do that. So that's actually not a bad way to do it. Can you email this link here? You paid the $10, so that'll help answer the question basically from my website. So you paid the 10. So what I can do is maybe on Saturday, tomorrow, I can answer your question with a little bit more detail. Because you are right. If I'm focusing kind of doing this here, then the private thing would not be too bad for me to go into it that way. It's up to you though. You already donated. I can totally do your reading right here. I'm open for whatever. But you can email me, and then we can do more of a private reading, because if you want to share stuff privately, I completely understand that too. Having everything out in the open, I can understand some people would feel. Just one question. I'll be fine with my question. You're more focused. Okay. So Jenny G, I will put you down as private here. Hey, Elizabeth, how are you doing? Oh, yeah, I can. Hold on one second. So we have Jenny G, and I will put you here. Paid. And then I will do private. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much, Jenny G. So if you email me that, then I can email you a response back. Just email that email address with just, hey, this is Jenny, and then I can email you a response back probably tomorrow. I can just start my email box as like a favorited email, and then I can get right back to you. But I got you down as a private reading, so I'll answer your question. Okay, so Kiru sent 5, so let me see if that went through. Oh. Okay, and then Amber sent 10, Kiru sent 5. Okay, so let's do this. $10, and then we have 10 from Amber. And then we have, let's see, we have 5 from Kiru. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Jenny G, for understanding. And like I said, privately, we can discuss a little bit more. So it's not as, okay. And thank you, House of Manifesting. Okay. Awesome. Okay, House, I got you on here, my friend. Man, you guys have been very generous so far. So, 3 questions. And Elizabeth, wow, thank you guys so much. That's amazing. And then we have Elizabeth right here. Okay, so let's start with Amber first. So, Amber, do you want to ask your questions? Thank you, Jenny G. You are amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good vibes to everybody. Also. All right, House of Manifest. So here's the list right here, you guys. Amber, K, Hiren Bat, or Kiru, as I call her, House of Manifesting, and then Elizabeth, right? So that's the order we got. Amber, Kiru, House of Manifesting, and Elizabeth, just so that we're all clear. I'll keep track of everything. Liz isn't joining us tonight, so I will keep track of all the lists and everything. So. How is everyone liking the background music? Is it okay? Oh, I gotta take a drink. Thank you, House of Manifesting. I appreciate that, my friend. Awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad. I just did it this recording, so okay. So let's address these questions here. Awesome. Thank you, Jenny G. Have a good rest of your evening, Jenny G, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Hey, Amber, you're fine. Don't be sorry. I don't know why we're sorry in advance. But do not... I'll look at your questions. We'll see what we can come up with, okay? Alright, so... looking for a manager in addition to the agent, and want to know if I can channel... If you can channel any potential names. Awesome. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the music. Thankfully. Because sometimes there are these awkward silences and they drive me nuts. Because I can't fill the space constantly with talking. I can come close. But not quite there. Okay. So you want me to channel any names for the first one? Okay, we can try that. That's fun. That's fun for me. So let's do that. All right, Amber. Can I connect with you psychically? Okay. Oh, man. Okay, thank you, Amber. Let's see what we got here. First thing that came through in the intuition sense, I was going to say my mind, this a little bit different than just thinking. So the first thing that came through was I felt like there could be someone possibly that wears sport jerseys, or they wear a jersey and I'm seeing the number 8, or 88, or 08, or 80, something like that, but I'm seeing the number 8 as being kind of a possibility. So number 8. That's not channeling a name unless their name is 8, which, by the way, that would be interesting. Please let me know if that's the case. But seriously, let me see what else I can find. This one is kind of like one of those names that's I guess like an adjective, not an adjective, something that describes, no. This is a name that's like a verb, right? Something that can end in ing. So a name Hope, or like the name Faith, that came up for me, which was interesting. Hope or Faith. Let me see what else I can get here, though. Hey, Sefwa. And then maybe the name, oddly specific, so like a CRE name, like Cressida or Crescent or something like that. These names are very unusual, but the number 8, something, and maybe there could be something that's happening on the 8th of next month, I don't know, but the number 8 came through. And the names are very, to me, when I'm getting these names, they're very unique, they're very unusual for me to be seeing these names because it's not something I'm familiar with. So, but that's what I'm feeling. And possibly the person that you would be meeting with is going to be someone who really, really talks with their hands. And I know that's sort of what I'm doing, but this person's very, very expressive when they talk. That's what I'm feeling. This person has a lot of energy and they channel it through their hands. They express it through their fingers, so to speak. Hey, Christine, how are you doing? So that's something that I'm getting here, Amber. it feels like the manager might be, I mean, to me it feels like the manager might be more um, of the female variety versus a male manager. The person with the jersey, the number 8, felt like it was masculine, but then these other ones that came in, it felt like, yeah, it just felt like that was different. And then again, I see a number 8, but this time it's through like a spider, symbolically. So the spider is interesting, and we've talked about it on the channel before. The spider, okay, so spiders have a few ways of hunting, but primarily spiders build a web and then they wait for something to come into it. That could be what we're dealing with the manager situation. Right now, you're building a web or you're networking, you're learning how to kind of put yourself in different situations, and then eventually I feel like a manager could come along, right? So the spider, the ones that build the webs, they wait for things to come to them, and I feel like, Amber, that's kind of the energy that you need to have going into this, is like go out and look a little bit, but I feel like this connection might more kind of stumble in with you when the timing is kind of right, if that makes sense. The other thing that I'm seeing here, though, is just like a spider, right? That we can focus on allowing ourselves to rely on the connections we've already made, which can be good too. I do feel like there's a pull there. $11-11 all the time, and those are good numbers too. And also, it being an 11-11 baby, that's pretty cool. I like that. Definitely like that. So Amber, does that answer the first question for you? I mean, not like you would know anyway, but hopefully that answers the first question. So I can focus on these other questions here. It does feel distinctly more more feminine, more of a female agent representative. Okay. Okay, so let's move on to your second question here. So you said, how does Troy feel about me now? All right, let's look at that. So, everybody, we've got these cards, these special cards over here. These are the true love cards. I mean, I am connected psychically. I can see what psychic information I can get. But everybody remember, I am still a practicing psychic medium. So I'm not perfect at this. I'm still learning. So give me some room to make mistakes here. But let's see here. So let me read that again. How does Troy feel about Amber now? Because we don't want to know how Troy feels about me. That doesn't help anybody. Unless Troy's a cutie, then in which case, I'm just kidding. Anyway, let's see. How does Troy feel about Amber now? So let's look at that. Okay, very first thing I'm seeing when I'm focusing on Troy's energy is kind of like this. So I'm focusing on Troy's energy, and the first thing I feel is I'm like peeling an onion. And so I'm wondering, there's actually a few things here. I'm wondering if Troy is very guarded and has a lot of layers, and I'm also wondering if he's someone that makes you cry, right? If he's someone that's maybe not the nicest person, but I'm not sure yet. The onion analogy for me is more about layers, but there could be something here with someone who maybe could be insensitive or have a tendency towards being oblivious, I guess would be the case. So I don't know, Amber, if that makes any sense to you. When you get a psychic message, sometimes you want to see it all the way through. And for me, I mean, an onion is layered, but there's also, you know, the crying aspect, or there's the part where it kind of stings a little bit. So there could be something there with Troy, and that's why I'm bringing that up. Okay. So that makes sense. So layered, guarded, and if you peel away the layers or you cut the, then there tends to be a price to pay. There's tiers. So let me see. We used to be very close, at least I thought. Okay. So I heard in my mind, I heard language, like someone saying language kind of a thing. So did Troy have the mouth of a sailor or did he hate swearing? It's either one of those two. I'm feeling like it's either someone who swore a lot or someone who's very, you said insensitive, but someone who kind of just blurts things out. Um, and I'm feeling like someone who might have maybe a bit of a potty mouth, so to speak. Or someone who maybe blocks other people from speaking as well, but that was what I got. It was like someone, it was like it felt like a very strict librarian type person saying language kind of a thing, like, oh, I shouldn't be saying that, or like a very uptight religious person. Okay. But if that's not the case, that's okay. So the connection between you two, yes, he swore a lot, but would be judgmental towards others if they did. Okay, so both accounts of that were correct. So someone who can do what they want to do, but then when the other person does it, kind of, okay. So, let me see what else I can get here. So Amber, did he just kind of take off when things between you uh, hit a certain point? I'm curious. I saw a falcon like flying up in the air, and he's alone. So I'm wondering if this was someone who kind of just decided to take off when they wanted to, or if you guys had a formal breakup. I'm just curious here, like what happened. You guys maybe you're wondering. It ended very abruptly with no. Okay, see, that's what I was feeling here. Someone just flying away. So this one right here, the reason why I'm asking questions, you guys, I'm going to address Amber's question, but the reason why I'm asking questions is I'm trying to verify evidence before I give an answer to her question. If I verify personality or if I verify something, that's usually going to be more credible towards me giving an answer, right? Because I'm actually connected, versus me thinking I'm connected and throwing stuff right out of my ass. Like, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it so there's a connection, right? So right here, Amber, the feeling that I get with him now, so I'm going to focus just on that question by itself instead of trying to bring through evidence. But let me see what I feel with him now. So towards your connection. So the thing I get with Troy is that there's a part of him that I feel like he just doesn't get emotions, or there's something where I'm feeling emotionally confused. And then I had fire come in as a symbol here. I don't know, was he a fire sign? Was Troy a fire sign? Sagittarius, Aries, or uh, let's see, Sagittarius, Aries, or Leo. I'm not sure if he was. That just came through the fire sign or the fire symbol. So he could be a bit of a hothead. Oh, Elizabeth, I'm your favorite reader slash. Oh, that's very sweet. Very, very sweet. I appreciate that. Leo, Virgo, cusp. Okay, so there is fire there. Okay, so with this, I feel like this person is also kind of a hothead, emotionally confused as well. And I'm feeling like I'm putting it on the shelf. So I don't feel like you're the only person he's done this to. I feel like he does this and then he puts people away, is what I feel. When it comes to feelings, when it comes to emotion, this person feels like he can put people on the sidelines and possibly revisit later on. Um, so I don't feel like this person has good tendencies towards love or a possible relationship. It just feels to me like this person is kind of like going around sort of using people to fulfill their own needs, is what I feel with this. I don't feel like there's much of a heart here. It feels like this person is very kind of just doing something to do it, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question, Amber? Okay. Well, then have it be just that, Amber. Have it be where you're working with the same people, and that's as far as the connection goes if you want. Um, I do feel like when I saw putting it on the shelf, I do feel like you will run into him again. Because when you put something on the shelf, it usually means at some point you take it off the shelf. But your emotional well-being shouldn't be that way. You've tried avoiding it, but don't want there to be any drama. So then we've talked about this before on the channel. The best thing for you to do, if there's going to be drama or if there's going to be anything like that, the best thing for you to do is to remain very... Yeah, I kind of got the opportunist part. So that's... You have to allow yourself to be very stoic and still around him, and don't give him any idea of what it is you're planning on doing for future projects or anything. Give very vague answers and don't give any emotional responses to someone like this. Eventually, when they can't get energy from you, they will stop trying to reach out to you and they will stop trying to grab a hold of you. But that's what I'm feeling with this person, is that you're going to be in charge, Amber. It's not like he has the power here. He doesn't. But he can quickly gain the power over you if you let him in. And I feel like you're a strong person. But I also feel like sometimes, depending on the situation or the circumstance or how we're feeling in life, we can be a bit, well, like you said, he's opportunistic, right? So he could be waiting for that opportunity, but you have the power in this. You can decide whether it goes there or not. But that's what I'm feeling here. So there could be a possibility of running into him soon. I am feeling that. But also, it's important for us to remain kind of stoic and calm, and let the hurricane or let the wind blow through that is this person. And then when they're gone, then you can start, behaving like you again, and you can start feeling like you can be yourself. Just don't give them anything. Don't tell them your projects. Don't tell them goals. Don't tell them about your future. Nothing. Kind of leave them with vague answers. And if they have a problem with that, that's their issue. So does that help answer the question, Amber? Okay. Sorry if I'm jamming. This music does something to me. Elevator music and me we get along so well. It's that Virgo in me. I hope. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Anyway. All right, let's move on to your next question, Amber, and let's see what we can do here. What are ways you can open your heart again? Beautiful question. What are ways you can open your heart? Let's look. So this one, I am, yeah, okay, every time. So I'm a Taurus sun, an Aquarius moon, and a Virgo rising. So I'm all I am is air and earth. There's no fire. There's 1 degree of water from another sign, and that's it. Okay, that was weird. There's 1 degree of water from another sign, and then that's it. So I am predominantly just air and earth, or as I like to call it, a fart in the wind. That is how it goes. But let's move on to Amber's question here. Okay, ways she can open her heart. That's a good way right there. Right? Laughter. There's a reason why I crack jokes on the channel. Ah, there you go. We have a fellow air and earth enthusiast. I don't know what the hell to call us, but we'll go with that. Okay, so let's look here, Amber. But humor is a great way to open the heart. In fact, anything that we can do, if we want to open our heart again, I'm going to draw some cards here, but anything we can do that inspires us or that makes us feel curious about life is also going to help open our heart. Anything that puts us in that moment, and I'm feeling spirit here, this is awesome. Anything that puts us in that moment of kind of just feeling inspired, feeling like this is cool, this is exciting, this is fun, this is interesting, this is fresh. That kind of attitude is going to help us. That's going to help us in life more than anything, okay? I got to get comfortable looking at the camera. So you guys are going to have unceasing eye contact sometimes, and then other times I will not look at you at all, just like in real life. So let's look for Amber here. And I'll address your question, Amber. I do have to use the little boy's room for just a minute, but I will be right back. So let me put this up for you. Hey Rada. How are you doing, my friend? It's a heart healing process. Oh, that sounds beautiful. Might have to check that out, because that can be something we can have. There is definitely knowledge in the kind of the ancient ways or in the indigenous ways of people. I don't think it's just bunk out there. I think there's some awesome ways we can heal the heart. We can focus on that. In our life and kind of society in general, we've lost track of things like that. We focus on the mind as if it will solve all things, but the heart is where the happiness is, right? So let's look and see what I can find for Amber. What can Amber do to help open up her heart? Okay, we got our cards here. We're going to be shuffling them. I've never heard of Yakoi. Am I saying that right? Is it Yakoi? Or is it Yakui? I have no idea how to pronounce that. They are really nice, aren't they? Here, I'll show you up close. I love the soft pinks and purples and blues. It does something. Very relaxing colors. Very relaxing. Okay, let's see what we can get here, you guys. For Amber here. Yaki. Oh, Yaki. Okay. Awesome. Okay, Yaki. Yaki. Okay. I like it. Okay, so Amber, here's what I'm seeing right here. To help open up your heart, to get us into that space of openness, of receptivity, we need to focus on this. This card is worthiness. So this, and we've talked about this a little bit on the channel. This also looks like the same person or similar person that's in the reparenting yourself part. So when I see this card here, I feel like we need to work on the issues we had when we were little, where we possibly felt like we weren't enough. And so now we're focusing on what worthiness means to us. And worthiness is interesting because other people may see worth in us, other people may see value, but if we do not see it, then we're going to be blind to it. We're not going to believe other people when they say that we have this or we have that, because we're still healing. Hi, Ibrahim. Hopefully you're having a good Friday or Saturday. I'm doing good, Rada. I am doing great. But that is something, Amber, that I feel like it's hard for us when we're growing up. We're told our worth. We're told exactly who we are and how we're supposed to be, and we're not allowed to explore that avenue when we're young. Instead, we're typecast into a role, right? And I'm saying typecast because you're an actor. I know that's something that hopefully you understand. But we don't get to explore what that means to us. Instead, we're kind of told we're this way, and we have to play the part. So right now, we need to rediscover what our role is. Life is a big story. It's a big cinematic production. The thing is that we're kind of invested in the main characters a little bit, maybe a little too much. But being invested in these characters makes it so that change can feel kind of hard, because we need to be both the audience watching the play, but also the actor, and sometimes the director. So what I'm saying right now is that we need to focus on filling your heart with something other than Um, we need to focus on feeling the heart from our own sense of self-worth. We need to focus on doing that so that we understand what that looks like. Because then I also got this card here. So I got the, it's spiritual maturity in reverse. So this lesson here, this worthiness lesson for you, Amber, this is kind of a big one. This, to me, when I see this, this is one of the lessons we have when we're brought to earth to learn. This is a bigger lesson, and because of that, it will be a lesson that is kind of one of those that will knock you on your ass several times before we understand what it means to love ourselves, what it means to put value in our own sense of worth, right? There's nothing wrong or pompous about loving yourself, but that's something we have to discover over time. You're a beautiful person, Amber, and we've talked many, many times. And the only thing I feel from you is that you're too hard on yourself sometimes, a lot of the time. And I feel like we have to just change our mentality slowly so that we understand what that looks like. And that takes time. I still slip up and I still mess up and I still call myself horrible things sometimes. But I'm trying to focus on allowing myself to view myself in a different way. And that takes practice. And in a lot of ways, it takes courage to be able to view yourself in that new light and to be able to slowly over time believe it. Because at first, when we're starting to love ourselves, we're starting to understand our worth, it's very vulnerable for us. And when we feel vulnerable, we kind of want to shy away. But I'm feeling like we need to lean into that vulnerability to understand our worth. And that's what I'm getting, Amber. I'm actually going to change that. I don't want to make it too... Okay. Okay, let's just do this one again. Does that make sense so far, Amber? I wish it was as simple as flipping a switch, but this kind of internal change is something that it's a journey and it happens over time. It's not something that happens all at once, unless there's like an epiphany, unless something big happens. But usually speaking, it's something that takes a lot of time because you're given a narrative your whole life, and you're told that your identity is that narrative. And so to step away from that narrative can feel like death. It can feel like we're fake or we're phony or we're liars. And so the important thing for us to realize is that that voice, whenever we're learning something new, our brain is trying to pick up on things. Our brain is trying to establish kind of what's going on. And we need to allow a part of ourselves to die, the part that no longer serves us. And that role of not feeling worthy enough, or not feeling like we deserve love, or we deserve attention, or we deserve well-being or happiness, we need to get rid of that, and that's a slow process. That does take time. And like I said, because it feels horrible to step out of that role at first, no matter what we're doing mentally, when we focus on something new that we haven't really embraced before, it is going to feel like we're liars. It's going to feel like we don't deserve it. It's going to feel like it just feels strange. It feels forced. But it's the brain kind of protecting itself. Over time, if we keep persevering, we keep striving, we keep pushing through that uncomfortable feeling, we'll actually come out on the other side feeling stronger, right? And there's plenty of books. There's a lot of things talking about self-worth and love. But that's what I'm feeling for you, Amber. So I hope that helps answer your questions. Because you got this. That's a tough lesson. That is. I'm not going to say that's easy. But you'll find that it's always the kindest people that struggle with worthiness, right? Uh, narcissistic people, they don't worry if they're worthy. And I had my girlfriend say that to me once, and that helped to change my way I thought about myself, because I thought I was not a very nice person. I thought I was a very mean person. And I've had my struggles, I've had things I've had to deal with, but people that are the most worthy, they're the ones that wonder if they're worthy. They're the ones that actually think about it the most. And because of that, I feel like that makes you a good person. The fact that you're wondering, or the fact that you, it's hard for you to feel that. So I just think you're one of the good ones, Amber, and I appreciate you coming by and doing that. So hopefully that helps answer your questions here. I'm going to move on to Kiru, if she's still there. Yes, indeed. We have Hazel in the house. You are so welcome, Amber. You are so welcome. You got this. You do. You got this. Don't worry about it, and just be gentle with yourself. And if you're not being gentle with yourself, be even more gentle with yourself. I know what it looks like. I've literally had moments where I got upset with myself for not being gentle, and then that turned into a whole spiral of like shame and regret. So we need to focus on being extra gentle, extra sensitive. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. Thank you. But we just need to focus on being extra sensitive with ourselves. Okay, we're not meant to be these tough little cookies. You know, we're meant to be. I think we're meant to be vulnerable. I think we're meant to have our heart on our sleeves, but the world has turned us into something else, or has tried to. We can fight back, and we can be kind, and we can give something back. So yeah. Hazel is my cat. And she's looking around now. She's such a cute cat too. We found her, well, another story, another time. I got to address Kiru's question. Okay, so yeah, the cat is Hazel. We have Hazel and Yoshi as our feline companions, and then we have Allie, who is our canine companion, and then we have Checkers, who is our rabbit friend. I don't know the term for rabbits, but he's one of the good ones too. Alright. Will my trip with Neil go well next week? That is a good question. Let's look at that. Will your trip with Neil go well next week, Kiru? Let's see what will happen. Okay, and let's see what we got here. So Kiru, I get these two cards, okay? So I'm going to say this right now. So as we're talking about this situation, take everything the way it comes. Take everything the way it's meant to be. Don't force anything. So here's what I get. Sacred Woman, okay? This is a good card, really good card. Sacred Woman, I get Soulmates in reverse right here. So when I see these, oh, thank you, Christine. Thank you so much. Let me do this here. Awesome. Okay, so the Sacred Woman and then Soulmates in reverse. Here's what I feel. There will be a connection. I feel like there's going to be a connection. I do feel like things can go well. You're going to have stronger boundaries, and you're going to have to stick with those. That might be hard to do. The reason why I talk about boundaries is because of this. So, the Sacred Woman is about establishing boundaries and saying, here I am, this is what I will tolerate, this is what I will not tolerate. And she is strong in her ability to proclaim to herself and to others, I won't accept anything less than what I feel like I am worth. So when I see Soulmates in reverse, I feel like the trip will go fairly okay. There may be a tiff or a fight or two. I don't necessarily feel like there will be a super strong love connection when I see Soulmates in reverse. But I do feel like the trip will be fairly well as long as you stick by your guns and you say how you feel when you're feeling it, right? Don't hold things in. If something's going on, say it and kind of have that be an exercise in this. If this person's been there for you and they've understood, then hopefully they can do that again. I'll draw one more card though. So this is good. So this is the Distorted Feminine, but it's in reverse. So this card here, when I see the Distorted Feminine in reverse, as long as you stand up for yourself, as long as you say what's going on with you, and you're talking about things, right. So the way we can make it drama-free is to make it so there's no drama in the first place. Say what's going on with you. Don't pretend to be a mind reader. Don't have him pretend to be a mind reader. Let yourselves talk about the issues that are going on, okay? Mind reading is the #1 thing that messes up a relationship. It really does. If we think the other person can read our mind, even me with my partner, we don't do that. We don't do the mind reader stuff because that's not fair. We need to verbalize. We need to communicate what's going on with us because sometimes people just do not know, right? So I'm seeing it here. As long as we set boundaries, as long as we do that, I feel like things could work out okay. I do feel like things could work out okay. So that's what I'm seeing, Kira. Does that help answer your question? This is it right here. I might start Muppet dancing. Or however they Muppet dance. I don't remember, but it's something similar to that. They only have a head and 2 arms. They can't really move that much more. You're just jumping because you don't want to get sick when you travel. I understand that. I do understand that. There is a pretty big fear out there on getting sick. Well, hopefully everything goes well, Kiru. I feel like it'll go okay, but I do feel like boundaries are going to be an issue. Don't let anyone tell you what you're worth or what your boundaries are when it's you. You know what I mean? You get to decide that. So, okay, let's move on here. House of Manifesting, are you still there, my friend? I know how you... Yes, I do. I do, Kiru. I definitely can understand that. You're very welcome, Kiru. Very, very welcome. AJ, how you doing? How are you doing, my friend? Hopefully you've had a good week so far, and a great weekend coming up. Perfect. House of Manifesting is here. Okay. So I'm going to ask you guys this before we continue. I am doing great, AJ. pulled my neck out a few days ago, but I pulled it right back in this morning, and so it's going good. Molly! Awesome. Glad to see you on the live, Molly. Okay, so House of Manifesting, I'm going to go up and look at your question again. Your question's here, and we'll see what we got. No, I'm kidding on pulling my neck back in. That's not something you can do. I tried, and I mean, I'm just putting this down here. I assume you're Lori then. So can I call you Lori instead of House of Manifesting? It'll save us a little bit of time. I do like the name though, or the House of Manifesting. Okay, so the House of Manifesting, could I connect with you psychically? Would that be okay with you? Yes, you're Lori. Okay, 1 second here. I'm just going to do this. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, so connect. All right, let's see what I can get here. Oh, thank you, AJ. I'll put you on the list here. Hold on. Okay, thank you so much for the donation. You are on the list. Perfect. Okay, so let's see what I can get for Lori here. So Lori, with Mike, did a big fight happen? Did something happen where there was a fight? I saw something that. So right now the current list is I'm reading Lori, and then Elizabeth, and then Christine, and then you, AJ. So you're about 4 down on the list. But I'm feeling like maybe something kind of oddly dramatic happened. I'm not sure. I felt like the first thing I got was bananas, like this is bananas or this is crazy. Yes, okay. So that's what I was getting. So let me focus. Let me get some more information here. Okay, AJ. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute. Okay, so Lori, I'm just going to ask this. I'm trying to build up my psychic dictionary, so I'm just going to ask this. Did this argument take place over food or dinner? Was food involved in any way? If not, that's okay. I'm just getting a lot of food references, so I'm just curious here. No, okay, that's fine. That's why it's important to ask questions. All right, so let me see what else I can get here. So did this kind of halt things for you, Lori? Because I felt like I heard the term putting the brakes on. So was this a pretty significant kind of argument? Things kind of halted, or things feel like they've halted? Food may have to do with body issues. Okay, that would make sense. Specifically, it was something to do with cabbage, which I'm not sure if that means anything to you, but that's what I saw. So, because I felt like when I was tuning into this. Hey, Molly. When I was tuning into this, I also felt like I heard the name Complete Breakup. Okay, so that would make sense. Okay. Putting the brakes on, or break. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So, and I'm not saying this necessarily means anything, so please, with him saying he refuses to say why. Okay, that's why you're here. Okay. All right, so let me see what I can get from him. I feel like we've tuned in a little bit, so let me see if I can get something more specific. Actually, let's do this. Let's use the cards here. So these are the love cards here. So I'm going to draw one love card, I'm going to draw one energy card. And we'll hopefully get a better look at the situation for what it is. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that level of juvenile behavior. That's ridiculous. Even though you think you know why. Okay. Well, you shouldn't have to think. You should just be able to know why. I think that's pretty childish to just say, I'm leaving, bye. Let me do this here. Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're going to be shuffling here. Why did Mike break up with Lori? This is a very avoidant personality right here, but let's see what we can get. Why did he break up? So we have these cards here. We have emotional freedom in reverse, maturity, and then luminosity in reverse. So this could be that from his mentality, he could be seeing someone that he doesn't necessarily have as much control over. I don't know if this was possible. To me, this could be possibly setting boundaries or saying what you feel like you're worth, or maybe asking for more, right? You're asking for more in the relationship. You're asking for more attention. You're asking for more from this person, and they're not able to give that. So I feel like there could be a sense of backing off in that way. You didn't do anything wrong, but this person doesn't know how to handle closeness. This person doesn't know how to let someone else in, right? You don't do that to people regardless. You do not just leave somebody. You don't do that. But that's what I'm seeing here, is that I feel like possibly you've been working on what you want, maybe saying what you want, maybe doing what you want to do, and this person would see that power or see that kind of self-empowerment as a possible threat. That's kind of what I'm picking up here, is that there could be something with that. So what do you think, House of Manifesting? I'll be right back. I am going to go to the bathroom again. I've been drinking lots of water, so I will be back. Was he cheating? So I did write this down. This name came through clear as a bell, okay? Again, I'm still training, I'm still learning. But I got the name Steph or Stephanie. I don't know if that means anything to you as a possible cheating. I did get that name coming into my mind though, and I wrote it down. But that was kind of what I was feeling. But I can draw another card here to see if that's something that was going on, so give me a second here. And then on the question on was he cheating, the star sign Gemini came up as well. Again, I don't know if this necessarily means anything to you, but these are just this is just the information that I was given. So let me see. Okay, was Mike cheating? This right here, I see commitment, and it's in reverse. So if he wasn't, I mean, that right there tells me there could definitely be some cheating going on. When I see commitment in reverse, and then with how he left things, and the avoidant personality, good luck, because that next person's going to have to deal with his avoidant ass too. So if that's going on, I'm sorry that happened to you. But also, I feel like you dodged a bullet. If that's something that's going on. If this person is that immature to do that to you, that's not right. And may the next person enjoy his avoidant personality. So that'll be fun for them. Sorry, I think the ghosting thing, I think that's just disgusting. Like, you're not... Does any of that make sense to you, Lori? Sure. What's next for you? You mean possible relationship-wise, or do you mean just kind of in general? Okay. Let's look. So this is what I get right here. Okay. So this is what I get right here for you, Lori. We have the Divine Masculine in reverse. Okay. And then I ran over my cat's toy. Hold on. Oh, okay. So we have the Divine Masculine in reverse. Okay, and I'll explain that in a second. And then we have Luminosity in reverse. So what this is going to be is this is going to be you. What I feel like relationship-wise is going to happen is you're going to be reclaiming your own sense of self-assertion, your own sense of self, basically. So you're going to be going on a healing journey, is what I would say is going to be happening. So when the Divine Masculine is in reverse and Luminosity, we're going to try and get over what happened, or we're going to try and learn from this experience so that we don't experience this again. So I feel like the next kind of relationship journey is going to be one of a self relationship, or a self kind of courting, if that makes sense, because I feel like there is so much power that we put in another person's hands when we haven't healed. So if we went into another relationship, it could be a very similar situation because we haven't necessarily healed from what happened before. Like, it hurts and it's not fun, but the best thing for us to do is to kind of feel the pain that we're feeling and allow ourselves to slowly over time lean more and more into that so that we can heal and so that we can feel that and understand what happened, right? And I feel like reading books, that's a good place to start. I talk about a book on here called The School of Life. Just the relationship section in that book by itself, I feel like, is worth the whole book, but it talks about everything. It talks about growing up. It talks about a lot of different things, but he mentions how love. Elaine de Botton is the author of the book called School of Life. It's a yellow book on Amazon. You type in School of Life, it's yellow and has this old kind of illustration with it. But it's a new book anyway. But he talks about how love is a skill, and for some reason humans think like we know it all when it comes to love, right? And we don't. It's a skill. It's something we build up just like anything else, and it's something that's very powerful when we understand that it is a skill and that it's something we can work on. Hopefully that helps you, Lori. And you know what? He's missing out. I think you're great, and he's missing out, and you deserve better, okay? And you deserve to heal, and you deserve yourself, and you deserve to focus on being empowered. You're very welcome, Lori. You're very, very welcome. Thank you for coming to the channel. I appreciate that, my friend. Okay. So, Elizabeth, are you there still? Hey, buddy. Okay, Elizabeth. So you were wondering what 610 means, and let me go up and look at your question again. Hold on. Or 611, not 610. Okay. 110 and 611. I'm pasting this down here for reference. Hey Angela, how are you doing? You're seeing a lot of synchronicities and symbols lately. Can you help me understand what these are trying to push my attention towards? I've been seeing 110 and 611 is also my birthday. So something could happen on 6/11. Well, at least you're hanging in there, Angela. It's always good. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Awesome. I think I got my first Patreon supporter. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Elizabeth. Very generous. Thank you, Angela. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's do this here. That's awesome. This Patreon will absolutely get us to some good stuff, and thank you very much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate the support with that. Okay. So let's do this here. So right now I'm going to be reading Elizabeth, then it's Christine, then it's AJ, and then it's Angela. Okay? So I'm just letting you guys know the list we got going on here. Okay. So Elizabeth, let's do this here, and let's see the significance of these numbers for you. Let me move these cards over. And you guys are welcome to check out my Patreon as well. In fact, I'll do this because Elizabeth supported it. Give me 1 second here, my friends. Give me just 1 second. I'm sorry, everybody. There we go. So there's the link for my Patreon, everybody. If that's something you feel like you can do, please go ahead and do it. If you can't, though, that's okay. I want to eventually take when we get enough money, I want to start making animated spiritual videos talking about mediumship, psychic ability, and I'm gonna get some good guest speakers to come on and do the to do the voiceover work and stuff. So that's something in time. Okay, I have some connections. I can work on getting some more, but yeah. So look forward to that, you guys. We just got to keep getting that support up there. Okay, so. Let me stretch for a second. Elizabeth, let's see what we get for you, my friend. So we're gonna do Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, can I connect with you psychically? I always ask. Even though you guys always usually say yes, I think it's polite to ask. There's a difference between knocking on someone's door and waiting for them to answer versus just walking in. At least that's how I see it. So, okay. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. I'm glad you see me that way. That's kind of been my whole approach. Is I just want to give you guys the details and not give you the fluff with it, right? And I also want to teach from a point that I'm not giving you my biases. A good teacher, psychic, or medium, I will help lead you to where you need to go. I'm not going to tell you where to go because that doesn't work. It's a soul expression. It's an individualistic journey. So, anyway, let me see what we got here. So we're gonna do. So it's 110 and 611. 110, 611. What do these numbers mean for you? So the first thing that I feel is coming up is you being on the right path. Generally, the more we start seeing synchronistic signs, it usually means we're going the right way. I feel like it's the universe's way of saying, hey, Here's another sign that you're going the right way. Here's another sign something's going on, right? Because I get synchronistic signs happening with me too, and I feel like it's when I'm starting to go into a certain direction the universe wants me to go in. It keeps giving me those signs to keep saying, here you go. You know, like you go to the store, you feel like you're doing good, things are going well, and your receipt is $8.88, or it's $77.77. There's like these synchronistic kind of signs that we can have. And to me, it means we're following the right path. It means we're kind of, not that there's a right path or a wrong path, I don't mean it that way, but it means we're kind of in line with where we should be, so to speak. Hey, Coco, how you doing? And happy Friday to you too. But that's kind of what I'm feeling is going on there. Now the 110 is interesting because if we're talking about, if we take the 110 and we kind of put it down into numerology terms, we're talking about the number 11, okay? And that right there is a very powerful number. The number 11 is kind of like it's kind of like a teacher number. It's sort of deals with leadership a little bit, but it's kind of like a teacher number. So there's things you can teach. There's ways that you can bring your soul expression to the world. And we talked about this before. And the thing you have to focus on first, we talked about the empathy part. We talked about focusing on that for your journey. So that's kind of what I'm feeling would be where that number comes in. So when I see 110, to me, that's a healing number. I feel like we're working through lessons. We're going through lessons. That to me is more of a healing number. So far, Elizabeth, is that making sense? Hoping that is so far. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so that was for the 110, right? So that was for the 110. The 611, the birthday has some play, right? Now, when it comes to this, here's kind of my mentality on it. The 611, because it's a birthday, we could be looking for that symbology. We could also be seeing it everywhere, but there could also be signs pointing towards us, um, towards something happening around that time, right? But generally for me, it's kind of showing that it's going to be another year and it's going to be another year of growth. So if we take these two, yeah, hopefully it's not. Hopefully, and I remember that. I do remember that. Um, the grounding exercises will help tremendously, and some of the exclusive Patreon videos, I can talk more in depth on spiritual topics, right? Um, so that's another reason if you guys are interested, Patreon videos, and then I'm going to be doing, um, I'm eventually going to be doing guided meditations, like short ones at first, and then kind of getting the hang of it and doing more stuff. So if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, please check out my Patreon and kind of see what I have to offer there. Okay, but so the 110 could actually be leading into the birthday, right? So it could be a healing birthday or a year where we're focusing much more on healing, and we're actually going to gain a lot more from it. But Elizabeth, when we're focusing on the healing path, sometimes it feels like we're losing a part of ourselves in the journey because we've held on to who we thought we were from an identity standpoint for so long that it feels like we're losing ourselves. And for you, journaling is going to be helpful because you can see that you're not backtracking when you read your journal. So journaling can actually be very helpful. You can see that you actually are making progress and you are making steps. Another good thing when we're going through kind of a healing journey, journaling is great. But having little goals that you want to accomplish is really good too. Hold on. Oh, so 611 usually follows 555. I've been meticulously recording these things and how I feel when I see them. / a thought comes up. Okay, that's good. That's perfect. That's perfect. Probably drives you a little crazy meticulously recording everything, but that's perfect because that's going to give you some insight. So then I'm going to ask you, Elizabeth. Okay, we'll have a teacher moment here. What do you feel? So you talked about seeing us, and thank you for saying that. But what do you feel when you see 611? If you've been recording this in your journal, you've been seeing 555, what is it that you're feeling? Let's kind of tune into this for a minute. Flip the script, so to speak. By the way, this is how I dance. Oh, anyway. There you go. So, you feel like you're shedding skin. So, in a way, we're getting ready for the new birthday suit, so to speak, right? Shedding skin, I'm making a joke on that, but also it is true. We're getting ready to start a new point in our life, kind of a pivotal moment. So 611, like I'm not who I once was, and it feels very fast. The word race car always comes up when I see it. There we go. I like the word race car because it's the same backwards as it is forwards, right? It's a... what do they call those? A palindrome, I think. But that's something that's very powerful. So when we're shedding the skin, we're getting ready to start a new journey. It does feel fast. So it's good right now. If it feels fast, be writing it down. When it feels slow, be writing it down. I want you to see that the progress doesn't necessarily go hand in hand with your perception of it. A lot of times we are making incredible progress, but because we have nothing identifiable to measure it to, we feel like we're going backwards, but that's not the case. And when we're focusing on spiritual endeavors, that can absolutely be the case, where we feel like we're heading on the backwards track real fast, but really we're actually excelling, and we're just developing another one of our skills. Does that make sense, Elizabeth? Okay. So, my advice, generally it's hard to get people to start journaling. So, for you, my advice is going to be to keep journaling, keep writing things down, keep trying to understand things. And I want you, because you're journaling, and because it sounds like you're keeping records, you're taking notes, I want you to focus on, like I said, the boundaries we were talking about. I want you to focus on when you set a boundary. Even if it's small, start with small boundaries at first. When you set a boundary, how does it make you feel? Okay? And I want you to keep practicing this kind of way of regulating. Hey, you're good. You are so good because that's how I feel too. It's good to have another person's insight. Because when we're too, yes, okay, 100%, I couldn't say that better. That's what I'm here to do. Hey, Amy, thank you so much. Let me put you on the list here. And remember, guys, if you like my content, the way I'm doing this, please like and subscribe on the video. It does help out quite a bit. Hi, Amy. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that, my friend. So, Elizabeth, does that help answer all the questiones, so to speak? So, we're moving on to, so right now, Amy, because you just donated, I'm going to be reading Christine, then I'm going to be reading AJ, and then Angela, and then you're up. You're very welcome, Elizabeth. Very, very welcome. And thank you for supporting me on Patreon. I will, well, it's the start of a great journey, and you started that, so I appreciate you doing that for me. That's going to be what helps the channel the most, is the Patreon. Anything from Patreon is going to help the channel more than anything else. Okay, so Christine, are you there? Awesome. Okay, well, this will be a very gentle and fun process. Okay, Christine? You're safe in my hands, so do not worry nary a bit. You guys, though. No, no, no. No, no, no. Yoshi, Hazel, no. That was a bad time to have them start fighting, but Yoshi has claimed dominance of the cat tree, and so it will be all good from here. Awesome, Elizabeth. Have a good and safe walk, okay? Stay safe. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that, my friend. I need all the help I can get. Like I said, I want to start doing animated spiritual videos with not super famous speakers, but I want to really show you guys what's out there from the perspectives of people that are very passionate in the spiritual community. Awesome, AJ. I'm glad you're still there. Okay, so, Christine, let's do a general. Let me stretch my leg for a second here. Okay. Alright, my friends. We are on to Christine. Going to do a general reading for Christine and kind of see where we're going here. So, I'll move this stuff over. So we're going to do a general reading. You've never had your cards read before. So let's try here. I can see, Christine, if it's okay with you, would it be okay if I connected with you psychically? I am still learning. I will always throw that out there. Awesome. Thank you, my friend. Ah. Let's see what we can get for Christine here. Okay, so Christine, first thing I got, which is coming up, is this, I don't know if you're someone who feels like you have eyes on you all the time, but the first thing I got was this kind of, it was like a feminine kind of higher up energy. I don't know if you have a boss that's a woman or if there's something like that, but I feel like there's this sense of being watched or being seen, kind of being, that's kind of what I'm getting, and I don't know if that resonates with you, so I'm going to wait to see what you say. If that doesn't, then I will go back to the drawing board. It's just like being watched, but it feels like there's one person in particular that's kind of watching us. They feel feminine in nature, and so that's kind of what I'm... But in general, I feel like I'm being watched. And then I'm seeing... I'm seeing my hands go up. And we'll do some cards too, Christine, don't worry. I'm just trying this out and seeing how this goes. I'm seeing hands coming up like this, and they're kind of like protecting the chest. And so this to me is kind of like I'm focusing on healing now, or I'm focusing on allowing myself to feel whatever I feel. And I feel like this is becoming part of my power, is allowing myself to feel. I don't know how to answer that. You're okay, Christine, you're okay. It was a first impression. It was something that I had there for a second, but I do feel like there's a sense of, I feel like we're coming from a place where we don't necessarily want to be protective of ourselves anymore. We want to allow ourselves to be more open and more vulnerable with people. But I'm feeling like there could be some fear there. There could be some energy tied to maybe not wanting to be judged or not wanting to be criticized. Could be something there, but that's what I was feeling. I do feel from you there is a lot of healing energy that's taking place. So that's kind of where I'm focusing here. A lot of energy taking place. I do feel like though you pick up the slack where others are not able to do something, and I feel like that can wear you out over time. And I again could be wrong with that, but that's something that I'm feeling is kind of like a person that really wants to help out and really wants to reach out and help everybody, but I feel like that can deplete you as well, if that makes sense. Okay. So there could be just kind of holding on to this energy is what I'm feeling. Right, you pick up the slack for the business. So, and I'm feeling like that can kind of tire you out, obviously, because it's kind of a not necessarily a thankless job, but it's kind of a hard thing to do. I'm doing the work of 4 other ladies we let go. Okay, so that's what I'm feeling going on there. Okay. So I'm seeing something dealing with, I feel like I'm planting a tree in someone's honor. I feel like I'm planting a tree for some reason, but for some reason I'm being shown I'm planting a tree, or maybe I'm doing something, I'm giving back to the community in some way. Could also be what I'm seeing here. Would that make sense to you? Contemplated placing Joseph's ashes beneath it. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I'm glad that I could. Ah, you're gonna get me all emotional. Okay. Whew. That I don't feel like would be a bad idea, because I felt like planting a tree and it was in memory. So I feel like that would be a beautiful idea. What better way to honor somebody? And you can also just hold on to the ashes too and have that be Joseph's tree. You don't have to plant the ashes. But if you want to, look at that and be thinking of him. If you want to have something like that, that's beautiful. I think that's gorgeous. He would want you to do whatever would make you happy or whatever would remind you. And sometimes I feel like, I think it depends on how you would feel with that. I think holding on to them, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Placing them around or, releasing it to the wind. But that's something that I feel like would be your call. But know that regardless where his ashes are, that's not him. He's with you in spirit. He's with you in a beautiful way. Okay, so don't think that there's anything going on there that's, that, anyway, I feel like he was bringing that up to sort of come forward and say, I'm not there, I'm here, kind of a thing. I'm with you. So that's what I was feeling. Okay, so Christine, see, and that's beautiful. That's what Joseph would want more than anything, is for you to know in your heart, for you to feel that. Oh, okay, so I'm feeling right here that we have to look at what this could possibly mean for us. So after I had planting a tree, I heard in my mind, I heard moving shadows. Moving shadows. So I'm curious, are you seeing shadows out of the corner of your eye? Is something going on where we're seeing things and they're not there when we turn our head? Or is there something else going on? Let me know if that resonates. I'm curious what it means, because the moving shadows came in, or moved shadows came in here. Okay. Well, know that the shadows, there's nothing scary about them. I see shadows all the time. I see spirits peeking around. I see stuff all the time. Know that the shadows are a way for them to make themselves known, but of course the media has turned it into something that it's not. They've turned it into a fear-based thing. It's not. It's the way spirits can make themselves known, as we can see them kind of zip by in shadows. But I understand there's a fear threshold there. I get that. I understand. Yeah, I understand. I'm not seeing shadows. I'd be terrified, but I have been wanting to know about dreams I've had in my life. Okay. Let me see what I can. Let me see what comes up here. Okay, Christine. So first thing I'm getting with these dreams. You've had a number of dreams of dead people. I do not know. Okay, so the shadows would be. Okay. These are people you didn't know, so you would have no correlation with them. So these people would be like shadows. These people would be like spirits that you would have had no idea. Possibly people coming to you after they have passed. So I'm going to ask you this, Christine. When you have these dreams of these people that are quote unquote dead, when you have these dreams, are the spirits, the spirit personalities that you're communicating with, are they alive and dynamic in a way where other dreams, it's more static? Because in other dreams, when we're talking to people, sometimes they have like these dead eyes and they're very monotone. Spirit, when we have dreams about spirit, they're very alive, they're very dynamic, and they're very powerful in how they speak or how they can speak. So I'm just curious with these dreams what that, well, I'm just curious. Oh, okay, you mean something else. Okay, okay. So, hmm, what was uh, what was up with the body that you dreamt of when you were a little girl? Christine, very few of us are the type of person that would hide a body. I'm just throwing that out there. You no, you're not that kind of person at all. Hey, Nessa, thank you very, very much. I will put you on the list here. Okay. So, Nessa, I'm reading Christine right now. And then we have AJ, and then we have Angela, and then Amy, and then you. No color, almost translucent. Okay. So that would be shocking to see something like that, I would imagine. Or to dream of something like that. here's something that's interesting. So they talk about this in the Greek tragedies, I believe. I think it's Greek. I'm not sure. um, but what's really funny is that you have these tragedies that happened back ancient times. Hi, hi, Leah. How are you doing? But you have these Greek tragedies, right? And in these tragedies, what can happen is there can be one person that makes a slight mistake and they are put off in jail. Like someone who's right there and right then when a dead body is discovered, for instance. And then other people come gather around and they think that person's a murderer. And in a way, it's kind of funny how that little thing right there can make it so the whole kind of world stops spinning for that person. And it's these plays sort of showed how easily it was for someone that did nothing wrong to happenstance into tragedy, right? Which was interesting. Anyway, so Christine, these bodies, do you still dream about them today? Is this a recurring dream? No, the last one was above my bed. Okay. I'm going to draw a couple cards here, Christine. Early 30s hanging to the rafters. Oh, okay. They are really interesting dreams. Dreams in general are very interesting. A very interesting part to our psyche. And to me, that kind of dream represents was cut out and she was hanging above me facing downward towards me. So to me, this is this feels to me like it's about control or letting go of control or having something else control us in life, in our waking life. That's what I would view this as. It's kind of like having these feelings that we're not in control of our own lives. Because if someone is dead and they're like facing us right there, we immediately lose our sense of self. We lose that control or that composure that we have, or we think that we killed them, which again, we would never do, which is also us feeling like we're not in control because we killed somebody, right? That to me is what those dreams represent, is us not feeling like we're in control. So, Angela, we're on Christine right now, then AJ, then you, and then Amy, and then Nessa. Right. Okay, so we did a little bit of a connection for you, Christine, and I'm going to draw some cards here. Ooh, this song's a little bit jazzy. It's got some punch to it. Dreams are always fascinating. Such an intimate look into our inner world, you know? Okay, so let's look here. So, we have this. There we go, Christine. Yes. Let's get to dancing. And as I have said many times, this is my dance. Basically, it's a cat smurgling, but with my fists closed. Anyway, so first chakra, Archangel Michael in reverse is what I get here. Okay, and if we look at Michael, he's a fine-looking gentleman. This is his business regular, what he's wearing right here. Alright, and then we have Goddess of the Moon right here. So when I see the first chakra, I'm gonna say something right here, and it may be controversial, Christine. I feel like every single one of us was a murderer in our past lives. Every single person. I feel like we've all done horrible, horrible things in our past lives, but we keep coming back and reincarnating. Again, this is my opinion, so that we can learn how to be a better person. And when you start with murder, I feel like it's a pretty low bar to try and clear. Again, that's my say on it, though. I do feel like past life-wise, every single one of us was a murderer. Every single one of us was murdered. You know, I do feel like there's that, because I feel like there's an infinite number of past lives, an infinite number of other selves. So the probability that it would happen, I feel like would be pretty high. Again, though, probably not what people want to hear. So, okay, anyway. So first chakra is Archangel Michael in reverse, and then we have Goddess of the Moon. So right now, Christine, what I feel like is going on is we're looking at how to structure things. When I see this in reverse, though, I'm feeling like, foundationally speaking, maybe we're feeling like we're missing a step in our lives. So this could be with the job, this could be with the business or something, but it feels like we're missing some sort of foundation. I feel like we're doing steps 3 and 4, but maybe steps 1 and 2 are harder for us to understand, and we can't necessarily do those in the way that we need to, possibly. Maybe there's not enough time in the day, or there could be an experience. I'm not sure, but I'm feeling like that's sort of an area we're looking at here. Goddess of the Moon, though, this is interesting right here. This is letting ourselves become in tune with kind of our spiritual nature, being a little more intuitive, maybe listening to ourselves, listening to intuition more, basically. Goddess of the Moon is a really good card. So I feel like right now in your life, it's kind of a pivotal moment. It feels to me like there was some transformation that was taking place. And also, for some reason, parents came up. The word parents came up. I'm wondering if anything's going on with your parents, if maybe they're sick or if something's going on with them that you have to deal with. I'm not sure, but the parents came into my mind, so I'm curious if that has anything to do with this situation, maybe what you're going through. Okay. Okay, they're both okay. Good. I don't necessarily think there's anything going on. For some reason that came in my head, so I just thought I would mention it. Please don't. That could possibly not even resonate, so if they're both okay, that's good. I just had something come in my head, so thought I would throw that out there. But does the rest of this make sense as kind of like a general reading so far? Yeah, keep it in mind, Christine. Hmm. Did you have any, because we'll do one more thing for you, Christine. So did you have a specific question? I had you at tree. That was a matter of time. Yeah. And so it's in my personal opinion, Christine, it's about those it's about control, losing control, feeling like there's nothing we can do, you know? Okay. Awesome. Okay, good. Good. Okay. Um and feel free, everybody, when I do a reading for you, feel free to do your own research as well. I'm just here to give you my point of view. I never have all the answers. I have some of the answers some of the time. I do not have all of the answers all of the time. So please, yeah. But thank you so much, Christine, for letting me do a reading for you. And I loved that, especially when we were focusing on the tree. I thought that was amazing. So that's really cool. You're very welcome, Christine. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so AJ, it is your turn. Are you still there? Hold on one second, you guys. Thank you, Christine, for. I thought that coming up too was amazing. And for everyone else, not just for you, Christine, but for everybody, there is my Patreon link again. You guys can check that out whenever you can. Any donations are very appreciated. But I just thought I'd put that back up there. Okay, so AJ, are you there? I love it, Christine, when I can, when me and my spirit team can get some evidence and we can do that. That's my favorite. That's my favorite part of the job. So. Okay, well, if AJ took a break for a second, generally when I start calling their names and saying that they're not here, they usually come up, but we'll see if that happens again. I'm going to give it just a second. I'm going to go to the bathroom one more time, had a ton of water. So you guys stay, I don't know, can't think of anything. Everyone just have a good time, talk amongst yourselves if you'd like, and I will be back, okay? Put these away first here. Okay, I'll be back, guys. Hold on. Okay. AJ is back. Okay, so AJ, what is your question, my friend? What are your spiritual gifts? AJ, that's an amazing question. Probably one of my favorite ones. Okay, so would it be okay if I connected with you psychically, AJ? Yes. All right, AJ, let's look at this together. So they can be called spiritual gifts. I call them soul expressions. I think other people do too. But let's look at what your spiritual gifts are, AJ. So first thing that I'm feeling is coming up is I get a sense of being able to know when people are not being honest with you. That was one of the first things. Like, I feel like I'm in touch with my intuition that way. Maybe you can feel the vibe of certain people. Like, you kind of get a feeling of an unspoken language, kind of like an empath, if that makes sense. So, AJ, so far, does that make sense? Hi, Tracy. I will address your question. I'll put you here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tracy. So right now I am reading AJ, then there's Angela, then Amy, then Nessa, and then you, Tracy. And actually, for a minute, while I get things going, I'm going to put this up. Well, that's not true. It's not ending. I'm not ending my stream, guys. I'm just making it so no more questions come in so that I can address the ones that are here. Okay. So I feel like there's gifts towards being an empath for you, AJ. Maybe I feel like hearing things from spirit as well. So do you hear things from spirit? Do you ever hear something and maybe a voice or maybe something in your ear, and then you turn around and there's nothing there? Because I feel like there's a tendency here. I do feel like clairaudience would be something that you would be good at. That's what I was feeling. Was there could be something with clairaudience, which is hearing spiritual messages or just being able to hear. Right? It doesn't have to be spiritual messages, but it's like hearing something, but there was nothing there, kind of a thing. I don't know if that's ever happened with you, but I was feeling like that. You do pick up. Okay, similar. Okay, there can be some similarities there. Okay, so AJ, I'm curious here. So, have you ever done energy healing before? I mention this a lot. I feel like everyone has these gifts. Some people are more predominant than other people. But when I'm talking about energy healing, I feel like I'm seeing someone that's almost in prayer or almost putting in their effort or their something towards a higher power, possibly. And I feel like there's a sense of connection with this. I do feel like energy healing could be something that's happened or has been done. Or you have done it, let me put it that way. No, not purposely, at least. Okay. So I do feel like there's something here where I do feel like you can help people. Maybe, like you said, not purposely, but I feel like you do it in a way where there's no pressure on you to help. But I do feel like your contributions are definitely something that helps speed up the process. So, like we've done group meditations before, sending energy to people, and I feel like contributions in that way are something that you can definitely help out in. So far, what I feel like is your main gift right now, because we're kind of starting on the spiritual journey with you, the empath part, and I feel like listening to intuition as well, being able to, it's kind of like you have a spidey sense, right? That spidey sense, but with people. You can tell if someone's off, or you can tell if something just doesn't feel right, or going left instead of right because something could possibly be feeling off. So I feel like primarily the empathy is what I'm feeling. But I do feel that there's resistance and there's fear to opening up to other spiritual possibilities. Um, I feel that you would want to express yourself in a spiritual way or in that kind of way, but I feel like there's fear. There's something holding you back. And it could be the sensationalism from the movies, where, ghosts are scary and things are bad and all that kind of stuff. But I'm feeling like there is a sense of fear, or there's a sense of not knowing what we're opening ourselves up to. So there could be something there. Does that make sense, AJ? Think about it if you need to, AJ. When I was tuning into your energy field, I feel like you're open to me, like looking to an extent, but to your own spiritual abilities or your own spiritual gifts, I feel like there's fear, and I feel like you're quick to kind of cast doubt on yourself, if that makes sense. So with the empath road, um, the main thing you can focus on to help develop that ability and possibly future abilities, future psychic abilities, is keep trusting your intuition. Okay, don't doubt the intuition. Don't doubt the vibes. The more we trust those, the more we go with it, the more we're allowing those experiences to happen, because we're saying, even in a subconscious way, we're saying, I hear you. I can understand this gift. Okay, that's the first thing we can do. The second thing that we can do is we can learn how establishing boundaries possibly works with us, or how it works with others. And I say establishing boundaries, I mention that a lot because on the journey to becoming a psychic, a medium, or even a good empath, we have to focus on what people think of us, or we have to focus on what people are not thinking of us, but what we think of ourselves. Boundaries are hugely important for that. If we know what we think of ourselves, then other people's opinions can't tear us down as much. That's kind of, we need to go in, we need to untangle everything, we need to see what's going on there, but the boundaries are hugely important. And so, if we establish boundaries, we learn how to work with those, and then we normalize spirituality as being very mundane, very plain in a lot of ways. That makes it so that it's not this huge mystical thing. What I'm doing now, or what anyone else is doing, it's not this magical process. It's a skill that anybody can learn. And I want people to know that. People can learn this skill. It is a skill. So, but we have to start with the first step. And to me, the empathy part, establishing boundaries, and working on not doubting ourselves, that's important. The more we establish boundaries and say what we will and won't allow in our lives, the more self-confidence we can build up, because every time we set a boundary, we're saying exactly how much we're worth. And over time, we've set enough boundaries, we start to know our worth around other people and around ourselves. So it helps to create self-confidence and self-esteem through setting boundaries and working through that. So that's going to be where I would say, let's start with. Okay, your other spiritual gifts, they are there, but let's start with the first one. Let's start with the empathy, setting boundaries, and working on building ourselves up so that we don't have as much doubt about our own possible abilities in the future. Does that make sense, AJ? Perfect, perfect. I don't doubt that you've been working on it. You don't seem like someone who shies away from it. So I don't doubt you've been working on it. Just continue to work on it and don't let anyone else tell you what you're worth, right? You're the only one that knows what you're worth, and trust me, it's a lot. So you've got this. And I'm going to move on to Angela. Are you still there? Hopefully that helps answer your question, AJ. You're welcome, AJ. Very welcome, my friend. Okay, so Angela, are you there? Okay, Christine. Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to figure out what my next move should be. I feel Steven is lying. Okay. Let me grab another piece of paper here. Oh. Let me light another incense too, Angela, and then I can get to your question. Okay, there we go. He seems very dark lately, which bothers me. Of course it does. Dark energy is not the funnest thing. I swear I lose that pen. It's probably like right here. Yes, I am too, Angela. Thank you, Christine. Okay, I want him to get his thing. Seems very dark like that. Okay, yes. So, Angela, to be specific, you're wondering where Steven is right now? Okay, you are wondering. Alright, let me see where I can... Alright, so where is Steven right now? Hi, uh... Hi, Anna. I'm just going to call you Anna. I don't know how to pronounce your name. You can do payment through Cash App, PayPal, or through Super Chat. I'm working through my list right now, but once I'm done with that, then yeah. So Angela, I got something here. Does he have a friend or maybe a brother that he could stay with? That he's with? That's what I'm feeling. It feels like there's a male presence around him, and I feel like he's staying somewhere with another male person or another guy friend. Why does he seem so dark lately? So the first thing I'm getting, Angela, is I feel like you can see through him, and I don't think he likes that. I feel like that's why he's showing you a darker side. I think you can see something that other people can be kind of enamored by, or other people view as charismatic, or they view as whatever. I feel like you're seeing him for who he really is, and I don't think he likes that. I feel like you look at him in a way that other people don't, and that makes him nervous. That makes him feel on edge. And so he comes off with this kind of energy where it's, like you said, that dark kind of energy. All right, Anna, thank you very much. I'll put you down on the list here. It's a little bit of a wait, but you are on the list. What's he planning? Okay, I can look at that. Give me 1 second here. Let's look at what he's planning. So I'm hearing the words, and now my throat's starting to hurt. I'm hearing the words, get up, get out. That's kind of what this person's planning. I do feel like there could be an argument beforehand, before they leave, because my throat started hurting, so I feel like this person's going to try and get a response from you. They're going to try and get you upset with them. And I feel like if you can take the higher road and not give it back, and just have this person kind of go away where they need to go, that's going to be the best thing. If you feel like you need to call the cops when he's there, the best thing for you to do is if he tries to get you to respond or tries to make you upset, don't give in to that. He's trying to get a response. So, but that's what I'm feeling, is that he's going to be getting up and getting out. I feel like he's wanting to leave now, but for some reason something is stopping him. But I do feel like he's really wanting to get out. So does that help answer your question, Angela? Your questions, I mean. I'm sorry you're going through that too. That's not fun. Will it be possible on Sunday or Monday? Let's look. I've got our energy cards here. So I'll do 3 days. I'll do Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday on him possibly moving out, and we'll see what the cards say here. Awesome, Angela. Stick to your guns. And if possible, Angela, if you really do feel like you need something, I would say have a friend, have someone there. If you're feeling like it could go a certain way, make sure that there's someone around you, or make sure that you're not alone, just in case, right? Just to be safe. I don't necessarily think he'd be violent or anything, but there's nothing wrong with taking precaution. Let's see what we have here for Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday on the possible energy of him leaving. No, Kelly, you're good. You're good. I'm not ending my stream. I'm getting so many people paying that I'm putting this up so I can focus on the readings I already have. I'm not ending, though. I'm still going to be on for another hour and 48 minutes, about. So I'm still good. This isn't doing anything, though. I'll just get rid of this. There we go. Okay. So, Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday. And thank you, Kelly, for for the payment. I'll look here. So, Angela, he is going to try, because I got these cards here. So I got this card for Sunday. Okay. Third Chakra Archangel Shamuel in reverse. This is a willpower card. This person not wanting to move, this person not wanting to do anything, or this person trying to make you feel like you can't get rid of them as a possibility. I'm hoping this person just leaves. But the way I'm looking at these cards here is this person's going to try and stick around. They're wanting to leave too, but for some reason with this person, I feel like you're arguing over control, if that makes sense. You're kind of like arguing over control of the place, or you're arguing over control of certain things, and this person doesn't want to feel like they're not in control as much. But I do feel like you have power here. So if this person tries to talk you out of it, obviously stick to your guns. And like I said, go into this with a possible friend or with other people being around you, so that way he really does get the message that you're not playing around, so to speak. Because I do feel like this person would make you think that you're playing around, or would try to disarm you as a possible tactic. Because I got the third, and then I have the Thinking Woman for Monday, and then I had Broken Heart in reverse for Tuesday. So he could be out by Tuesday, where we can breathe a sigh of relief, but you have to be serious about this. That's what I'm feeling here. So it could be Monday, Tuesday that he could be gone, but just be serious about it, okay? All right, Kelly. I'll put your name down, Kelly. Thank you again for the donation. So does that help? It's kind of like he wants to leave, but if he's told that he needs to go, he's going to be stubborn. Does that make sense? I know that sounds like the dumbest thing you've ever heard, but it's a control thing. That's what I'm picking up on. I feel like he wants to go, but when you say he has to, then he's going to want to stay, just to kind of be that person. You're welcome, Kelly. So there is... I'm reading Angela now, and then there's Amy, Nessa, Tracy, Anna, and then you, Kelly. So we're building up a little bit of a list here. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4 people in front of you. Hopefully that makes sense, Angela. It's more of a control thing, I feel like. When you say he can't stay there, then it's going to be like he wants to stay there more. Even though, yeah, it doesn't make a ton of sense. I feel like he's with a friend right now. I am gonna, let's see. I do feel like he's with a friend right now. I don't know if he's found a place, but I did get that he was with somebody, or he was, so I know how to do it. Did he find a place already, so I know how to do it? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Angela. You mean by telling him to move to another place, or a place he already has? Let's see here. Oh, giving a time frame. Okay. Hey Kelly, it's just kind of on, it's like random uplifting music that I just have playing in the background. I found a copyright-free music stuff, so thank you for saying you love it. I appreciate that. The song before, let's see. The song before was Colorful Changes by Volo. And yeah, so it's just kind of random songs. I'm glad you like it though. Thank you. So Angela, I do feel like this person has a place they can go to. So I feel like you'd be okay. Just kind of giving them the heads up. For me, I saw a toothbrush being at someone else's place. So I feel like hold on. But yeah, so I think you'd be okay. I saw a situation to me that says he can find another place pretty easy if he doesn't have one already. So I think if you're feeling dark, if you're feeling like there's something going on with him, definitely now is the time to get him out, so to speak. You are welcome, Kelly. You're very welcome. So hopefully that helps answer your questions, Angela. I'm gonna see if we still have, you're welcome. You're very welcome, Angela. Thank you. Amy, are you there? I know it's been a minute since you donated. And I like to take my time with people, so hopefully you can understand that. Let me see what the last name was, or what the... Oh, there we go. Hi, can you tell me what is coming up in my relationship with my boyfriend? We've been together now for 1.5 years. Okay, Amy, let's look at that. So I'm just going to do the... Awesome, okay. It was just the one name. I thought you had a last name, or a last, part of your username, but it's just Amy. Okay. Alright, Amy. So I'm going to do some cards here. We'll see what we can get. I've got these cards right here. These are the True Love Tarot cards. So what is coming up for Amy? What is coming up for Amy and her boyfriend? Okay, what is coming up for Amy and her boyfriend? So we get this card here. Sexuality. And then we get the Divine Masculine. And then we get, so this one right here, we have Life Purpose in reverse. I'm going to read these other two cards first here. So the Divine Masculine and the Sexuality part, these two. So these two cards right here to me represent that I feel like things are going good. For some reason, when I look at these two cards, I'm feeling like there could be a trip, or there could be, maybe we're traveling somewhere. Is there a birthday for you or him possibly coming up? I feel like there's an event coming up. Do this one. And if it's possible, Amy, if it would be possible, could I tune into you psychically as well? You are planning his surprise. Okay, see, that's what I was feeling here. Well, good for you. So I'm feeling like it's going to be good. I'm feeling like it's going to be a very good situation. So I don't know if you're spiritually inclined or not, but as I'm focusing on connecting with your energy, I'm feeling a lot of energy from the chakra up here, the crown chakra. I'm feeling a lot of energy or a lot of spirit energy here. So you might have some spiritual abilities. I don't know if you know that or if you've been working with it, but that's what I'm feeling there. So does the spiritual part, does that sound like something you're aware of, or have you been working on developing spiritually or anything like that, Amy? Okay, so you definitely do. You definitely do have strong, right, you're an empath. Awesome. Okay, so you definitely do have strong intuition. I was feeling the energy there as I was connecting. So I feel like things are going to be going really well for you guys. Another birthday celebration, that's kind of a big deal because if you guys have only been in a relationship for a year and a half, this is your second birthday at most that you've celebrated together. So I feel like that's a big deal. And I feel like a surprise party, I think that's a really nice romantic gesture. I feel like things are going to go well. I do feel like there is going to be a trip that's going to be planned. Um, I don't feel like it's going to be for a little bit, maybe in July or maybe late June, but it does feel like there's going to be a trip that could possibly be planned. So I would say that would be something to look forward to. It feels like the connection here seems pretty good, pretty strong. Um, the only thing I would say is when I see life purpose in reverse, I feel like maybe not just necessarily in the relationship, but in with people in general. I feel like sometimes we could maybe give way too much of ourselves in situations, and that could be something that's very draining on us because maybe other people don't want to give something back. So I would say things are going well, um, and I would say just focus on allowing yourself to um, get back what you give, allowing yourself to drink from the flowing fountain, so to speak. Right, you're super giving. So when I saw this in reverse, it's life purpose in reverse. I do feel like we're giving to a fault, and that can create resentment later on. So work on how much you're giving in the relationship. Maybe pull back a little bit if you're feeling like you're giving way too much. Oh, okay. So life purpose in reverse. That is fascinating. I feel like the first place to start is setting boundaries, which I talk about a lot on the channel. Um, Being an empath, we have to set boundaries, and we have to say what we're comfortable doing and what we're not comfortable doing. If we have been a people pleaser or a very giving person our whole lives, though, that's much easier said than done. Much easier said than done because we feel like the world can kind of crumble, or rather, our world can crumble if we're not constantly giving, if we're not constantly supporting other people's view or value of us, then we feel like we could crumble in a sense. So the only thing I feel like that would be good to work on in your relationship, this would help too, would be to focus on allowing yourself to say, in several instances, I don't feel comfortable doing this, I don't want to do that. I can definitely look at that. But hopefully that little side tour, that was, you know, just, I feel like you got what it takes to be good, but also it takes time to learn boundaries and to learn how to say what we're comfortable and not comfortable with. So I'm going to put these cards back in here. I'll draw another card, and we'll look, and then, yeah, let's see what we get here. So with the energy now, do I see Amy and her boyfriend possibly getting married possibly getting married? That's not a bad question. So I get the Sacred Woman in reverse, and then Forgiveness also in reverse here. They're kind of similar cards. Sacred Woman in reverse, and then the Forgiveness one in reverse. So when I see these two cards right here, what I'm feeling is that the thing we talked about earlier, where maybe stepping back and not giving as much, that's going to be a huge part in the relationship with you and him in the future, right? What can happen, you guys can be together right now, and I'm not trying to be that person, but right now, it's sunshine and roses. It's like I'm in a relationship for, it's going to be 13 years coming up, and there are some very hard parts and there are some very beautiful parts. But right now, you guys haven't entered that stage yet where it's like really getting to know like the emotional part, getting, you know, that kind of a thing. So what can happen is that over time, things can kind of, okay, let me word this. Give me a second here. I feel like there's a connection, and I feel like it's strong. But as I'm going forward with this, the way it is now, I don't see marriage. That does not mean that you guys aren't meant to be together. But as I'm taking the energy now, I don't know what's going to happen in the future scenario with that. I do feel that there's a sense of connection, but I also feel like there's a sense of maybe wanting to get to know more about each other, and that's going to be on his part as well. So if he's down to play, if he's down to kind of get into that way with the relationship, I do feel like it would take time. If there was to be a marriage or a proposal, I'm going to say maybe another 1.5 to 2 years. But I feel like as long as you exercise the boundaries that we were talking about, you said you're super giving, eventually we can burn out. If we're very, very giving, we can burn out, and that can create resentment with us because we give so much, and maybe we get something back, but it's not as much as we give. And so my advice would be to just kind of let things happen. Maybe try not giving as much, or try saying if you're uncomfortable with something, right? If someone's pressuring you to do something, say you don't want to do it, if you really don't want to do it. That's what I'm seeing with this. So I feel like there's a connection here, but I do feel like it would be a while before a proposal or something would come up. I feel like both of you are still trying to, I guess still in it, still kind of playing the game, so to speak, still trying to see what each other's up to and still trying to figure each other out in a way. So, but I do see good things here. Just got to give it time, you know? So, Amy, hopefully that helps answer your questions, and we can go down on this street a bit. You're welcome, Amy. Thank you so much. And you guys, if you can like and subscribe too, If you enjoy what I'm doing, you want to like and subscribe, I would really appreciate it. Okay, so Nessa, are you there? I know it's been a minute, Nessa, but I'm here. If you're not there, I can go to the next person on the list. Okay, no Nessa, so let's do... Okay, Tracy, are you there? Okay, Anna, are you there? I'm just giving it a second, you guys. Okay. Alright, let's address Anna's question. Okay. And Tracy's there too. Okay, so we're going to do Tracy's first, and then we'll do Anna's question. Because Tracy was first on the list, so I'm going to do that first. So Anna, hold on just a second longer. Okay, Tracy, and I had your question. I'm just going to write it. I'm just going to post it again. Just give me a second. All right, Tracy, so I'm just posting your question down here. So you said, let me do this here. Not sure where I'm supposed to be in my life right now. Single for a few years now. Not many friends / trust issues. Will things get better? So let's look at that. Let's look at will things get better. Let's look at these energy cards here. I give these a nice shuffle for you, Tracy, and we'll see what we can get. Will the things get better for Tracy? That's good. That's good. So the very first, well, not the very first, I'll do this one. So the very first card I get is this. Door to personal healing and happiness. So it feels like to me, Tracy, I feel like we hold... I'm feeling like I'm holding a lot of tension in my kind of I feel like I'm holding a lot of tension, and I feel like it's in my head. I don't know if you have headaches or migraines or something like that, but I do feel like I'm holding tension here, and there's some stress here. So I was just pointing that out. But when I see door to personal healing and happiness, that's really good. So right now, I feel like we could possibly be going through a very healing part of our journey, possibly dark night of the soul situation where everything feels out of disarray, right? Everything feels, it either feels like it's too much, or maybe we're even feeling numb to it. It can just feel like there's a lot that's going on. But then, Tracy, I do have a door to romance card, so that's really good. This is a really good card to have face up, and I'm actually going to try something a little bit different with you here in just a second. But then we have the Angel of Balance card here in reverse. So this card right here, this card is something where we could be feeling chaotic and unbalanced, right? There could be something where things just don't feel quite right, as we mentioned earlier. So Tracy, so far, is what I'm saying making sense? I just want to check in because we're going to do something a little bit different here, if you're okay with it. Hoping there's not too much of a delay. Okay. So you've been having headaches and had a history of seizures. Okay, so that makes sense. I was feeling something in the back of my head, kind of coming around. Okay, just feeling something there. So, Tracy, could we try doing something a little bit different? Could we try focusing on, have you ever done energy healing before, Tracy? Okay. Okay. Because if you are up for it, Tracy, we can do some energy healing. About 3 to 4 minutes of doing some energy healing. I want to get your okay though, but that could help. That could help kind of move some stuff along for you to start feeling a little bit better. Um, so this is up to you, Tracy. But the energy me and my guides can work with might be able to help you emotionally a little bit, or help to move things along emotionally a little bit. That's kind of what me and my guides specialize in. So energy healing is just me sending my guides and my conscious attention to you as a person, and we kind of go off of that. Okay, I'll just send energy for about 3 to 4 minutes. All you have to do is be in a relaxed place, and all you have to do is be relaxed and in a place that's at least fairly quiet. And I want you to just focus on the sensations that your body is feeling. Okay, and you can just focus on the sensations that your body is feeling, and then I'll come back here in about, like I said, about 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, and we'll go from there. All right. So all you have to do is relax. I want you to focus on your breathing. I want you to just let yourself be in the moment for what it is, and let yourself feel your body. Let yourself kind of be in that present moment with your body, and go from there. Okay. So sit back, relax as much as you possibly can, and me and my guides will send you energy, and then we'll talk about it after. Okay. Does that work for you? Okay. Get this here. All right. So I'm going to start here, and we will see what we can do here, okay? Okay, Tracy. So come back and let's discuss this. So tell me, Tracy, what did you feel on your end of that connection? Sometimes we don't feel anything, and that's okay too. There's no pressure to feel anything because it can be something that's subconscious as well. So don't feel pressure to say something if there was nothing that happened, but yeah, I'll wait to see what you say though. Hi, Francesca. How are you doing, my friend? I am doing well. I'm doing very well. Good, good, Tracy. Awesome. So you did feel it. Perfect. So that was. Were there any emotions that you felt with that? Did you feel excited or happy, or sometimes it can release anger, sometimes it can do all sorts of stuff. I'm curious, emotionally, did you feel anything? And yeah, Francesca, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. I just did some energy work here, and so I'm just checking up on Tracy and seeing how she feels. Oh, nice, Francesca. Awesome. You were, I recognize your name now. Joseph, right? Were you commenting on the video underneath Christine? Christine Curtis? I felt like the name looked familiar, but I wasn't sure. You felt lighter. Good. Good. So, Tracy, as we're talking now, Tracy, when you say you felt lighter, do you still kind of feel that? Do you feel like the chest area, like the heart feels like it's opening a little bit? There could be some pain there because I'm feeling like my heart is opening and there's some pain there, but this right here, this is what needs to be expressed. There's this area in the heart that needs to be like kind of like taking off a vice grip, and then you have to deal with that kind of emotional sense of the injury or the injured heart, if that makes sense. Well, welcome very much to the channel, Francesca. It's good to have you here. I love that. I love being introduced to different people. I get to meet a lot of different people, so I love that. And Tracy, if you're feeling like you would want to do more of that, if you feel like that would help to do more energy work, we can book, or you can book through my website, and we can do a session that way, where we can do a half hour to an hour of doing some energy work and maybe moving through some of that emotional stuff, if that's something you feel comfortable doing. That's up to you, though. But that little bit of energy that I gave you, that should, or that me and my guides gave you, that should help you to feel lighter and to feel better. And if you're having any dreams, if any kind of dreams come through, make note of them and kind of take stock of the situation, so to speak, and see what's going on that way. I hope that helps you. I hope that the energy does help you. And all you have to do to feel that energy again is just close your eyes and focus on how you felt before. Gently focus. Don't force anything. And it should help. You have a lot of pain from the past. I've been trying to make amends with people and working on forgiveness. So that's good. That's good. But you have to work on, sometimes forgiveness means that we don't necessarily forgive the people that hurt us, but we want to move on for our own sake, right? Some people do not deserve forgiveness from us, in my opinion, but we also don't deserve to hold on to anger or to hold on to the crap that they gave us in the first place. That's something that takes time, though. That takes time to learn. If you let yourself express it, Tracy, as much as you can, let yourself feel it. Be present with it. I figured you meant forgiveness, but if you let yourself feel it and you kneel into that sense of vulnerability and you let yourself really feel what's going on, that's going to help you on your healing journey as well. Because some of us tend to distract ourselves from the healing journey because we were given kind of a rough hand in life. And honestly, being able to look at it and being able to be vulnerable with that pain, it eventually starts going away because we're recognizing it for what it is, and we're not trying to say, whose pain is this? This doesn't belong here. We're kind of taking ownership of it. There's a lot of pain there, Tracy, and if this helps you, okay? There's a lot of pain there, Tracy, and if this helps, what you can do is, you don't have to believe in anything, really. I believe in my spirit guides. I believe in what's called Source. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Francesca. But if you can ask on your spirit guides, or if you can ask on your helpers, genuinely ask them to come in and help you with the emotional pain that you're feeling, that's going to help too. If we're open to help from the spiritual realm or from something like that, you don't necessarily have to believe in God. You don't necessarily have to believe in anything like that. But there is a loving source out there that can help. And yeah, you're welcome, Tracy. You are very welcome. Oh, Gabby's your daughter-in-law. Okay. So Gabby and Christine. Awesome. I got the two commenters in the house. No. Get out of there, buddy. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad to have you guys here. Let's get the rest of the family on board, okay? We're talking uncles and aunts and everyone. Nobody will be left unturned. All right, Christine? If you can do that for... No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, you guys. But I love that you're both here. That's awesome. And thank you for watching me make an ass of myself for almost 5 hours. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so moving on the list here, we can do this. Let's do so Anna, are you still there? Oh, well, thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. I try to use humor because it makes it so connecting with people is easier, right? When you're connecting spiritually with people, a lot of mediums before, well, not a lot. I only know of one. Okay, so I'll put your question down here, so you don't have to type it again. There we go. Oh, I put it down there too, dang it. Okay, I was going to say you didn't have to type it again, Anna, but thank you for doing that. Okay, so I'll just say this part and then I'll get to Anna's question. A lot of mediums or a lot of spiritual workers use humor as a way to make it so people lower their guard. That makes it so if people are in a good mood, it's easier to do readings for them, right? And as a plus, you get to connect with people. So, okay. All right, so I'm gonna do this here. And how does Ray feel about... So I'm gonna read it like this, because we don't care how Ray feels about me. We care about how Ray feels about you, okay? So how does Ray feel about me? How does Ray feel about Anna? And so, Anna, if I can ask you really quick, phonetically, how would I say your name? I'm just curious. I'm saying Anna, but I'm curious if maybe it's Anise, or maybe it's something like that. Why are there so many E's? Anna... It's more confusing now because there's a lot of E's, and I don't know, am I reading it Anna-Ease? Anna-Ease? Anna-Ease. All right. I'm just going to call you Anna. I'm sticking with Anna because I can't. Ugh, I can't pronounce names worth a damn. Okay. It's okay. Everyone calls me Anna. Okay. Well, I'm going to be on that board too. I'm everyone because I call you Anna. All right. Anna-Ease. Okay. We're good. We're good. I'm just going to go with Anna. I can make an ass of myself in a lot of ways. But let's look at how Ray feels about you. Okay, so let's use these cards right here. So we've got these ones. These bad boys right here. These are the True Love Tarot cards. Okay. Let's see how Ray feels about you. Let's see how Ray feels about Anna. That's good. My jaw just popped. That's when you know you've been doing this for a while. Okay, we get luminosity right here. So this is a really good card. So how does he feel about you? He sees you as someone that stands in their own light, someone that can kind of light the way too. So I feel like he sees you as someone who's powerful, who sees you as someone who's strong. So this to me is a really good card. So luminosity is kind of like you help others, you light the way. So this is a good card to have for this kind of energy. Kind of funny that his name is Ray, and yet, you know, you're the ray of light in the relationship. So that's interesting. But that's what I'm seeing so far. So how does he feel about you? Really good, really, really good. That's a good card. That's a really good card to have right there. Okay, so then your next question was, will I get a love offer soon? A love offer. Is a love offer, is that like a date? I've never heard a love offer before, so I'm just curious. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm curious what a love offer is. Like, will he ask you out? Is that what you mean? If only he can express it. Okay. All right, let me look at what else we have here. So will you get a love offer? Okay, it does tend to lead toward him being a little more meek and mild. I get sexual freedom in reverse. So he could hold you in high esteem, but I don't know. Okay. He could hold you in high esteem, but I don't know if he holds himself in high esteem. Does that make sense? When I see this card in reverse, to me it could show that maybe he doesn't understand his own self-worth, if that makes sense, or he could be someone who maybe he questions a lot. Like further commitment. Okay, love offer. Okay, that makes sense. This is an interesting card, though, because it feels to me like I feel like he looks at you, and I feel like he respects you, and he appreciates you, but then I see that there could be some self-loathing on his end, or there could be something where he doesn't necessarily understand his own self-worth. So that's what I'm seeing here. Have you been the one primarily in the relationship? Do you kind of have to wear the pants and sort of do the work of possibly coming together or being together in any way? I'm curious if he's more in the background and you're more like getting things done, sort of a thing. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some more water. So type out your answers. Interesting. He seems a bit insecure, perhaps. The insecure part, yeah. This card here, that to me seems definitely insecure. There, see, that's what I'm saying. He questions why you like him. He doesn't. Where's my face? He doesn't understand his own self-worth. I don't know why I kind of yelled that at you, but that's what I'm seeing here. So hold on one second. I'll be back. Okay. Yes, I tend to initiate more. It's like rare if he tends to even text me first or FaceTime me or even send me a meme. It's really rare. It does for a few days, then backs out of it. Goes full hermit mode and makes me feel like he doesn't like me or is using me. Hold on. Okay, Nessa, you're back. So I'll finish Anna's reading and then I'll go to yours, okay, Nessa? You stay here. Stay here. I'm not gonna be I'm gonna be there are very insecure men who don't understand what women see in them. But, it's kind of like, it enters a territory where it's like, is it her job? I mean, if she cares about him, that's one thing, but if she's feeling like she's being used, or she feels like, is this something, Anna, have you talked to this with the person? Or does it feel like you can't enter that possible zone in the relationship? But I was going to answer the last question here, which was, so what will happen between your relationships? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the energy that's going on now, I'm going to cast it forward into the future. We're going to see what we get. So what will happen with that? Let's look. Ah, this card. This card always comes up. Manifestation. Basically, whatever we're wanting to have happen will happen in this situation. But that being said, you feel like it's hard for you because you don't want to be let down, right? So you feel like you're chasing someone and you feel like there's a possibility that you're chasing this person and they could break your heart too. So it's like, why am I putting in all this effort and all this work? This is something that right now, I understand he could be going through stuff, and I understand that men can be emotionally closed off, and they can be a mystery even to themselves. I know because I am one. Not fun sometimes, but it's not your job to have to try to bring this out in him. Does that make sense? Your job is for you to like focus on your journey, healing yourself. If he wants to be a part of that, great. But if you feel like you have to bend over backwards and break your back just to get a little bit of a connection, that's not right. Even if he's insecure, that's still, hey, Alexandra, that's still not right. Right? That should be something that's like equal. It's so hard to let go, and sometimes he chases, I don't know. So here's what I feel is going on. He probably chases. He probably chases you when he feels like you're slipping away. That's probably the only time he chases you. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if you act like you're slipping away, or you do the same thing he's doing to you, but you do it to him, maybe consciously, maybe unconsciously. But is that when he chases you? Is when you're kind of slipping away? And then when he gets you again, it's kind of the same thing. He's attentive for a minute and then he slips off again. Okay, so that right there is a dynamic that will end with you giving 99% and him putting in 1%, and then you getting exhausted and growing resentful of him because he's not putting up, he's not doing his part. As soon as you quit showing that you're interested, then he chases. When I talk to someone or tell myself I'm done, right? So as soon as you start getting close to ending your energetic connection, right, exactly, exactly. You start getting close to ending your energetic connection, then he's like, wait a minute, there's something wrong. He's trying to keep you in a limbo state, and that's not right. I understand men can be insecure. I understand things can be going on. That's not right for someone to keep you in that place. Because you're not liking it. If you were okay with it, then okay, that's fine. But you're coming here, you're talking to me because you're not liking the concept. You're not liking what's happening. So that doesn't seem fair to you. It seems like you're kind of tethered on a leash. He won't make a commitment, but yet he expects you to stay. But yet it's like, what's going on here? What does he want from you? Emotionally, he probably couldn't even put it into words. That's the thing. But I feel like then I would say this. I would say this to him. Okay, if you're on here, Anna, if you're on here and you're talking to me about this, I know. I don't doubt. I don't have any doubt in my mind that you've been patient. I have no doubt whatsoever. So what I'm going to suggest is this. Okay, well, somewhat is I. Yeah, I guess that's better than nothing. But tell him that you want something more. Tell him that you want this and say there is no alternatives. I want to know what the hell we are. I want to know what's going on. And then say, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave and you can do your own thing, but I'm tired of waiting. There's one thing we don't get. We can have, I mean, if we do things right, we can have almost an unlimited amount of money or of other things, whatever, right? If we do the right things. But with something, every single person has the exact same, not the exact same amount, but anyway, time is a currency that we do not get back. So every time we spend it on something that is not vibing with us, it's not resonating with us, we never get that time back. You don't get to say, well, it wasn't a good connection, and then you are 3 years younger. You don't get that. I wish that was the case, but alas. You shouldn't be you shouldn't be waiting on someone. How do I think he'll react if okay, so here's what exactly what I think is going to happen. As soon as you start pulling away, he's going to chase you. And that may seem like fun for a minute, but he's chasing you because he doesn't he's chasing you because he has feelings but he doesn't know how to express them. Not your problem. Not your problem at all. But he's also chasing you because men have been kind of programmed to chase, right? And what I feel is going to happen as soon as you start pulling away, he'll start chasing. And the more you start pulling away, he'll start chasing until he finally gets the message. If you do decide to break the connection, that it's over and that he screwed up. It's not your job to try and fix him or to try to make it better for him or to try to do anything. He needs to come to his own realizations. Again, these I want to stress this right now, Anna. Okay, these are my opinions. This isn't. I've done some research into psychology. I understand this kind of mentality, and this is just me talking. But that's not fair. If someone plays if someone only pulls after you push, that's not fair, right? It's kind of like you're playing a reactionary game, and eventually that's going to get old too. Yeah. So eventually that gets old too, because it leads nowhere. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go to a productive place. Now you guys are just playing the game on a different level, but it's still a game. It's not a real relationship. It's still a game. It's not evolving is what I'm trying to say. And maybe we keep these connections because we don't know if we could find anything better, but in holding on to a connection that's no longer serving us and we're getting more and more frustrated, eventually we're going to wake up one morning, we're going to be super angry, and we won't know why exactly, but this will gnaw. This will gnaw at the back of our minds, kind of a thing. Again, these are my opinions, but yeah. I can tell you do. I think there's some feelings there on his part as well, but I feel like he has to dig to find them emotionally because he's a man. But also, it's like you shouldn't have to put up with that. You shouldn't have to wait until he's decided to try. Right? There's two people in a possible relationship. You should be 50% of that and he should be 50% of that. You shouldn't be doing 98% of the work and then be excited when he does 2%. You know, there needs to be, right, and you get along well. But you guys need to be able to communicate and work through problems and see each other I've been in a relationship for almost 13 years, okay? And in that relationship, there's been a lot of ups and downs and it's been very hard, but ultimately through everything, we talked to each other and we communicated what was going on. Even the really hard parts, the ugly parts, the vulnerable parts. You should have that with a partner. That's the thing. So that sentence you typed right there, you said, I just wish we can find that balance, right? You can balance yourself. You can't balance him. That has to be up to him to balance. That has to be up to him to see your connection as a priority. And right now, at this point in time, I don't feel like he's a bad person or anything. It's just I feel like he's a flake, and I feel like he doesn't understand what he has. What do you think will go on from here on out? Do you think it'll work? I got the manifestation card for you on kind of the result of the relationship. So literally you can have it go either way. If the connection, I want to say this though, Anna, if the connection does die, if something happens to the connection, it's not your fault, okay? If it turns into a good connection, if you guys work things out, you guys can talk to each other, that's great. But you're going to know. You said, what do you think will go on from here on out? Do you think it'll work? That's going to be up to you and how you see. So this is something. Right now I'm giving advice. I've done some psychic work. I've done some tarot cards here. The rest of this is advice. And right now, it's a game. You need to be able to talk to this person without the other person putting up a front or a guard. If they lower their guard and they actually talk and they communicate with you, then you'll know if it's going to work out or not. If they're very defensive, or if they don't say anything, or they look at the ground the whole time, and do you know what I mean? If there's no contribution to the conversation, then you'll know your answer right there. And I know that's not fun to hear, but it's kind of like, would you rather keep someone around that you felt like you were somewhat compatible with, or would you go with someone that you feel like there's a future, like you can build something together? Because honestly speaking, the manifestation card, that to me does say it could go either way, but it's kind of one of those things. It just depends. You know, it just depends on ultimately asking him honestly what he would want in a relationship and seeing what the answer is. And if he says, I don't know, or if he gives you something like that, then move on. Because you're obviously making him a priority. But again, if he's not doing that with you, that's not fair. That is not fair. If you're going out of your way to put in all this work. So there's something here that happens. Anna, can I send you a link to a video? Would you be okay with that? Because I can send you this. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so here's the link to the video. Okay, and that's going to explain kind of what's going to happen. If you choose to go through with a possible breakup scenario, that's going to say what's going to happen. We go through when we go through a breakup, we go through a mourning period with what you said. You said that's the problem. I see him, what I see in him is a future kind of a thing. So this goes into a lot of different things. Again, I'm not going to say do this or do that. It's your life. You can live it however you want to live it. Okay? What I am going to say is that if you're coming on here and you're feeling like you deserve better, listen to that. Okay? Listen to that voice that says I deserve better, because you're telling me you're frustrated. You're feeling like what's going on? You shouldn't have to do that. There should be communication, but regardless, check out that video. And then check this out too. So, and you can just type this in, and it's a yellow book. If I can remember how to spell this guy's name. So I put Amazon in there because I assume, just like me, everyone else uses Amazon. But the book is called School of Life by Alain de Botton. And he talks about relationships, and he talks about a lot of stuff. And what's interesting is that he talks about how love is a skill, not something that we know implicitly. We think we know what love is because maybe we watched Disney movies, or we watched our parents, or we feel like we know what love is, but love is much more than that. And he talks about how love is an actual skill that you build up. It's something that you learn over time, how to be patient with a partner, or how to even get in a relationship in the first place. Anyway, that's a good read too. That's something that's really kind of a powerful little book to have on your team. So hopefully that helps you. And I hope that finds you well. And I'm sorry it probably wasn't what you were wanting to hear, but I try to be as truthful as I can with my readings. Okay, yeah, hopefully that helps, Anna. So, Nessa, are you still there? You're welcome, Anna. You are very welcome. Kelly, are you there? Okay, either Nessa or Kelly. That's who we're looking for. There we go. Nessa's here. Perfect. Okay, Nessa. So, what was your question? And I can probably go up and grab it. And Kelly's there too. Okay, so Nessa, I'm going to read you first, and then Kelly, because Nessa was clear up on the list. So, okay. So I'll read Nessa, and then I'll read Kelly, and then I'm done for the readings for the night. So now I can actually put this up and mean it. So let's do this. That works. Okay, we'll get to you, Kelly. Thank you for answering. So let's see what's going on for Nessa. What is coming towards her for love? So Nessa, I'll use these True Love tarot cards right here, and I'll do 6 months. We'll look for 6 months, kind of what's coming towards you for love, and see what we can get. Does that sound good to you, Nessa? Okay. Okay. Okay, so this month's almost over. May is almost over. I get the distorted masculine. So I feel like in May, we're primarily dealing with people that don't necessarily understand our vibe. I feel like there's people that are interested, but they're people that we're not necessarily interested in. But I do feel like there's people that are interested in us. So that's what I'm feeling. This is for May. So not a ton of prospects possibly in May, but I am feeling like this is kind of it just feels like the prospects aren't necessarily high value prospects. It feels like there could be people with not the best intentions. Okay, for May, that's what I'm seeing. But let's look at June. That's good. So June, we could have possibly an older individual coming towards us. This is maturity right here. So in June, we could be looking at dating someone who's older than us, maybe even significantly older, right? And when I say significantly, I mean anywhere from 5, maybe 10 years older. I don't feel like it's going to be older than that, but I do feel like this person could be older, and this would be in June. So there could be an older individual coming towards us in June. I don't see anything going wrong with that. But let's look at July. Wait, let's look at July. So July again. Actually, we did find something in possibly June, so let's do that. Let's do a little bit more of that one, because let's look at what's coming up in June. I'm not going to look at what's coming up exactly in every month. That's a little bit longer of a reading than the 5 that you did. But if you want, you can go to my website and book a longer reading and do that. But I will look in for what's coming into June. Okay, so let's look at what's coming up for June. So we have this maturity card here. So in June, there could be that older individual I was talking about, and we got the Page of Coins in reverse, the Five of Coins in reverse, which is actually not a bad card, and the Chariot. So it could be Chariot in reverse. So it could be that this person coming in, right? Hold on, let me pan that one out. Okay. So it could be that this is the Chariot. The person coming in June could be a Cancer individual. They might not be someone that's necessarily like wealthy or well off. I feel like maybe that could be something. Oh, you've met a person recently. Okay. Hopefully there's hopefully there's something good there. I know what I got for May, but I would not mind being wrong. I do feel like in June, though, this possible older individual. I get a sense of someone who I don't feel like monetarily they would be well off, but they would have experience and they would be someone who would be more kind-hearted. But I don't feel like they would have money. Not that that's like the main thing, but I'm just saying, especially with the way these cards are, the Page of Coins in reverse, and Five of Coins in reverse isn't bad, so I just feel like there's an older person in June, possibly coming towards you. Nessa, what about this person that you met recently? I don't know if we're I don't know if you're caught up with my video or if you're watching me a couple minutes in the past. Oh, older and has water sign placement. Perfect. That's what we were talking about here, an older Cancer individual. Unless you're just repeating what I said like 2 minutes ago, which could be the case. I don't know. Nessa, are you hearing me now? Or are you in the past? Okay. Okay, okay. So the older water sign placement was right. There was a maturity here. Perfect. So I do feel like there's going to be a connection, and I feel like this is going to stem into June as well. I mean, obviously, that's when this was kind of taking off. So I can look at what will come of this connection. Okay, okay. So I did a little bit of digging here, and I'm seeing this. So I said, what would be the outcome of this relationship, right? The Cancer relationship, or the water sign relationship, right? So what I got was this. I got dating in reverse, okay? Love in reverse, and then reparenting yourself. So these two were in reverse. When I see love and dating in reverse like this, next to this card, the maturity, maybe there could be something that happens where you find out you guys aren't necessarily a match. There could be something happening here. If it's still a newer connection as well, it could be something where things just kind of fall through. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but that's kind of what I'm feeling would be the case. Just because I'm feeling like there just could be a little bit of a not that the age difference is the issue, but maybe kind of what you guys are into. There could be something where you guys just don't quite see eye to eye, right? That's what I'm feeling here. I feel like the connection will go on for a bit longer with this person, but I don't necessarily get like he's the one or they're the one vibes, right? So I don't necessarily get the they're the one vibes, but that's what I'm feeling is going on here. The reparenting yourself coming up could be something where we could be focusing more on healing possibly after this connection. Because maybe looking at what we need or what we would want in a possible connection moving forward. I feel like this connection is going to be somewhat of a disappointment. And I'm hoping I'm wrong. I never want to be right with these things. Who would want this to be anyway? But I just feel like there could be a tendency to not see things eye to eye. There could be a tendency to maybe kind of miss each other connection-wise, right? There could just be that kind of something. The reparenting yourself is just focusing on a healing journey and kind of nurturing that child inside of us and seeing what that child needs or what it needed back then, and then providing that voice now or providing that listening ear now. That's why the inner child is so important. When we heal that, then when we look at relationships, they flow so much better because we've addressed kind of the main insecurities or the main kind of injuries in ourselves, if that makes sense. Does that help answer your question, Nessa? The next card I got, I'll do it this way. So the next card I got for July was the Divine Masculine in reverse. So I feel like we're still going to have an issue in August. Wait. So in August, no. September, no. I had that one first. You're okay, Kelly. You're okay. You're here now. You're here now. I didn't do your reading. Nothing happened. I'm still on Nessa's reading, so you are just fine. Is everything good now? You got your phone all juiced up? So we have for October, Nessa, I get this card, the Sacred Woman. So there could be a tendency towards finding something in October of this year is what I'm feeling is going to be kind of going on for you. Again, probably not something you want to hear, but October of this year is what I'm feeling for you. For a love situation. When it gets closer, again, we can address that. And like I said, if you want more of a detailed reading where I'm not having other people waiting in line too, you can go to my website and you can book a private reading with me, or you can just do an email reading, whatever you would feel comfortable with. But we can get more details that way versus here for the $5 with other people waiting. It's kind of harder to get more details. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to blow you up. I'm just saying that I can spend only so much time on each person, and especially now I'm starting to get a little tired. But I have Kelly's question, and then I'm going off to Nine Land, everybody, after Kelly's question. So Kelly, you just wanted a general reading? So we can do that. You're very welcome, Nessa. You're very welcome, my friend. Thank you for coming on the channel and for helping out that way. I appreciate that. Kelly, you're good. Don't worry about it. Okay, so looking at blocks to overcome depression. So Kelly, we can do a little bit of a card reading, or we can do some energy healing work. I think we've worked together before, but I can't remember. Would you be open to doing some energy healing work? I might be able to address some questions too, but I feel like if that's something you're going through, maybe this could help make it a little bit better. Awesome. And remember to like and subscribe, everybody. I would appreciate it immensely. It helps out a ton. Okay. Let's do this. All right, Kelly, so I'll be right back, okay? You just kind of sit tight, let yourself get relaxed, because we will start the energy healing when I come back, okay? So let yourself get relaxed, let yourself be in a receptive state. So focus on your breathing, let yourself just kind of feel what's happening inside of your body, and then when we start focusing on the energy, don't force anything, don't tense your muscles, let yourself relax, and just let whatever comes up come up. Let yourself breathe, let yourself kind of feel what's going on, okay? And I'll be right back. Okay, Kelly. So relax as much as you can, and we will begin our energy healing, okay? Let yourself just kind of drift off, just let yourself relax. And let's see what we can do for you. Okay, Kelly, come back here. Let yourself get it back and get adjusted. Open your eyes. So tell me, what did you feel on your end? On my end, I felt like it almost felt like cords or like a release of tension in a way. I felt something in the head too being released. I felt there was a lot of tension that I felt like we were kind of letting go of. And then felt like a sense more of a lightness kind of a feeling. Perfect, perfect. So Give me 1 second here. I'm just putting my cards away. So where did I put that last box? Perfect. Perfect. So Kelly, with you, what I felt was, and you understand the lingo, so this will be a little easier. So when I'm focusing on energy and I'm doing energy in my hand, I use my hand as a conduit to how you're feeling. And at first, when I started focusing on the energy, there was a resistance to kind of holding on to something. Holding on to something, I feel like we're holding on to a lot of stuff that is not our own, and we're saying this is mine. But my guide's energy came in there and started to sort of brush away the debris a little bit and started to say, okay, this isn't really yours. This belongs to the universe. We let it go. And the things you were holding on to, anyway, in a spiritual way, that's what I was feeling. I was feeling a sense of resistance in my hand and a sense of tightness. And then I felt it just kind of, it was like a slow explosion of energy that went through, and it started breaking through the resistances little by little. And then it kind of hit an apex, right? And that's what I was feeling. So there's a definite connection with you, with your energy, and I feel like that will help bring things a little bit closer together. Help you with the depression a little bit and help you to understand what is and isn't yours, so to speak, energetically. I feel like there tends to be kind of a holding on from an empathic nature, not necessarily because we want to, but because maybe it's harder for us to let go of certain emotions or resistances to emotions. Hopefully that makes sense so far, what I'm saying, Kelly. A lot of us are, Kelly. Better to feel too much than not at all, right? Absolutely. That's what I was picking up on. Hold on. So the website is this. So I do, that doesn't link. I do things a little bit different. It's Reiki-ish, but it's not Reiki. My guides have a different way of working. So it uses elements of Reiki a little bit, but it's kind of different. It's more intuitive, I guess, for me and my guides. It's kind of like what we feel like needs to be done will be done. My guides work with energy manipulation, and so kind of like we can focus on exactly what's going on and sort of fine tune. I feel like Reiki does similar things too. I use that a little bit, but I'm just letting you know. But my website is this, so I'm just writing it out completely, so hold on. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Hold on a second, Kelly. Okay, now let me write my full website out. Sorry about that. That should link you straight to the website. And I would love to work with you, Kelly. You've definitely got some energetic vibes going on. We can see what we can kind of come up with and go from there. Let me move this way. There we go. But hopefully that helped you feel a little bit better. And then we can talk about the empath and kind of the journey that we go on. You're very welcome, Kelly. You are very, very welcome. So look at that. There's no rush. There's no hurry. When you're ready for a session, let me know. My whole thing with doing this is that it's a gentle process. When I start working with you, it can bring stuff up. So I want you to be ready to kind of enter a healing phase of your life. And healing isn't necessarily always pretty. This is kind of like healing after a surgery kind of healing. It's not a gentle process sometimes. So if you feel like you're ready for that, we can do that. But my guides tend to work in a powerful way, but it can also be kind of jarring. So I just want to let you know moving forward. It can sometimes be a gentle process, but I've worked with some people where it was not a gentle process. It helped them in the end, but it was not a gentle process. So I'm just letting you know. Don't want to scare you. I'm just letting you know what to expect. But yeah, we could definitely do that. I think though, Kelly, I'm gonna head off to Snoozer Town, okay? And I'm gonna say goodnight right now. And I will talk to everybody on Monday. And yeah. So I will see you, Kelly. I want you to take care. And it sounds like intense. See, that is a word. Good night, Kelly. I'll look up what you just said, but yeah. I look forward to working with you in the future, Kelly. You have a good night too, and I will talk to you later. Good night, Kelly. And whoever